What's up, everybody? How you guys doing tonight? What up, Yuno? What up, Cool Blue? What's going on, guys? Oh, give me just 1 second here, actually. Alright guys, so we are going to kick things off tonight with a huge summoning session on my account. Before we jump over to Yuno's, guys, check it out. This is epic. I have saved 5 scrolls. I am all the way up to 5 scrolls. Now, I know most of you did not think that this would be possible, but I have reached 5 scrolls. Of course, the only reason that I actually reached 5 scrolls is because I just bought them out of the coin shop right beforehand. Wait, can we get a 6th scroll yet? No, we cannot. Nope. What up, Chris? How you doing? Alright guys, so that's what we got. We got 5 scrolls. We're gonna get a consolation scroll when the 5 are done as well. So we actually got 6 scrolls, guys. This is epic. This is epic. I have been on a terrible dry spell, by the way. You guys can see I need only 2 monsters from this thing. And I can't summon it because I can't get a nat 5. Forget a hacker. I just can't get a freaking nat 5. So maybe we could pop a hacker right here. Maybe not. Choco Knight, Spark is better than I have been doing. Seriously, any 1 Spark is definitely an upgrade over what I've been at for the last 2,000 scrolls or so. So yeah, I guess we will take a useless nat 4. Wait, we get our consolation prize though. I will tell you, these 10-year scrolls have been absolutely horrific. Like, I've summoned 451 of them. I'm not sure I've even gotten a 4-star out of those things, man. Really, and I mean, let's be real. I've been on the absolute craziest freaking run possible for ages, so kind of hard for me to be salty, and yet at the same time, really easy to be salty because, you know, recency bias and all of that. You know, it's been like 3 minutes since I summoned something useful, so is what it is what it is. And let's see here, can we get any more scrolls? We cannot get any there. We can get 1 here. All right, we can get 1 here, and I think that's it, right? So I saved my wings in case we wound up needing to do any RTA on stream, but that means that I could not buy any scrolls from there. So we get 1 more scroll and net 3. Yep, there we go. All right. So still 1 Spark out of 7. That means we beat rates, guys. We officially beat rates on my massive summoning session. So hopefully that is just the teaser for what is to come for Yuno summoning session. Alright guys, so here is the deal for today's stream. We are done with summons on my account. Summon Light Siri, Dorothy, Nikki, and Peter. Dude, that is nice. Huge grats for him, man. The Dorothy is so... But the Light Siri seems really fun. Nikki is straight up OP, and Peter is straight up OP. So that's like 2 double S tier monsters, probably. Maybe an S, maybe. I think Light Siri is maybe somewhere between S and double S. I'm not sure. You don't see her much because Leo hard counters her so much. So she can't be on siege defense. She can't be used in RTA because of the Leo hard counter. But I suspect for siege offense, she's pretty crazy. And then obviously Nikki OP and Peter OP. So Dorothy is a different thing. Dorothy is a different thing. Alright guys, so this is the plan for today. I was not able to get a single freaking hit in on Siege. Granted, I don't think my hits were necessarily needed today, but I would at least like to try to get in 3 or something. So we're probably just going to do like a bunch of just crazy YOLO cleaves. Like the last time I did Siege on stream. Basically, that's it. Yeah, we'll probably just go Miri like 5 things and, and that's it. But you know, maybe there's like an interesting counter in there where I can do something that's not Miri and not give away tech. And I have actually been looking at figuring out a way to do some inner server Guild War content without giving away tech, but while actually trying to do something somewhat instructional. And I think it may be possible. So I'm working on it. It would be a situation where they wouldn't necessarily always be the most recommended counters. And the thing is, us being competitive for rank 1 inner server, it has to be like, it's not going to be something that I can do on a schedule or planned, because it has to be like an inner server Guild War where it doesn't matter if I take losses. But the goal would be just to like kind of have some fun but still logical comps that, you know, reasonably we can hope to go 10-0. I recently lost a 200-0 streak. Well, it was actually 199. It's probably over 200, but I had 19 straight 10-0s in inner server, and then I lost my 10th fight on the last one. I probably won 200 in a row, but I had been all locked in. I go into the last fight and then just got wrecked. I am still undefeated this season in Siege, or I haven't taken a loss. I don't know. Undefeated's not the greatest way to say it, but I haven't lost yet in Siege this season. So hopefully, if we go do some like crazy, stupid YOLO Miri stuff right now, we don't get swift trapped. Looks like there's nothing marked, so there's that. Probably not going to be able to get any attacks then in for a little bit, but maybe later in stream. So that probably means we're going straight over to Yuno Reaper's account right away. Now, as far as what's planned for Yuno's account, there's actually 2 pieces of content that we're going to be doing. The first piece is a summon session. That's the real summon session. We'll do a real summon session for Yuno. And then we are going to... Yuno's in G1 Siege. And so a little bit more realistic for most people. We're going to look and try to recommend a couple of defenses that he can run. Look for a couple of good set offense comps that he can run. And then help him with builds for those teams. So, Yuno, if you want to send me your login information, I'm actually opening up the other Mumu player right now. And unfortunately... Oh, and we've got Reapps as well. Okay, I forgot we had Reapps as well. So still the same. Okay, got you. Alright, need to update Summoner's War there. How many Reapps did we have? Just in terms of time management, because I forgot we had the Reapps as well. +100. Okay. Nothing. Oh, that's what it was. See if we got anything useful here. Not at all. Man, that one's particularly bad. Yeah. Kind of low rolls. I think we can ditch that one. Okay. How many runes? I don't know. Okay, fair enough. So we'll take a look and see what we've got. Are you guys all enjoying the worst packs in Summoner's War history? Man, these things are bad. I mean, I bought the mystical scrolls because why not? It's $5, but those things are so bad. I don't know what they were thinking. I really don't know what they were thinking when they thought, let's do 10 packs over 10 days and make sure that they're all absolutely terrible. Alright, you know, I just need a code. $45, not enough, right? Oh, we get one more. Nice. I also think it's insane that they brought out like all these summon events and then they just made it so that we couldn't get scrolls. Like, really not very much like Summoner's War. I mean, good for me, saves me money, nothing to buy, but nothing interesting out there. But you know, very much not like Summoner's War to do like these huge 10th anniversary events and then not like dump out a lot of summoning packs. Kind of weird. even the packs they did put out really did not have like a lot of scrolls in them. All right, we're just waiting on the code from Yuno. I guess we'll go do a quick RTA match while we wait for the code. So I had actually runed up like a little cleave. What up, Jasmine? How you doing? So I had runed up a little cleave, and then I accidentally restored runes in RTA. Like, literally, truly an accident. I meant to restore them in-game after Siege, and I accidentally restored them in RTA, and so now I just have, like, my same old box from before. 7, 6, 8, 5, 1. 5, 1. Okay. Okay, what happened? 3, 7, 6, 8, 5, 1. Uh-oh. Alright, we need to draft something. Okay, that's not good. I don't want the Vanessa, but I don't have time to draft anything else. Yes, we got the okay. Not really the exact counter that I would want there, but you know, I had like 4 seconds to click on and find monsters. So, we do what we can. We do what we can do. What up, 8 Voices? How you doing, man? Alrighty, segment. Yeah, this is not good. Alright, let's go. Gianna and Vanessa. I don't really have enough time to do anything else, so we'll take Vanessa because I need to speed. I think I just timed out again too, didn't I? Awesome. That doesn't really matter. Honestly, does not matter. So what would my... I mean, I know I would have liked the Gianna there later. Who are those monsters to the far... crap. I just have to click on something. Man, I just have to click on something. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, he banned... Okay, so... the 6 girls, those are the new cyborgs that just came in. Those are the new cyborg monsters. Man, that was not the draft that I would have liked to have there. Definitely not the draft that I was aiming for. And the ban here definitely would have been Hey Gang. I had 1 second. That was it. I had 1 second. So what could I do? Alright. So this is a loss. This is absolutely a loss for sure. I had no choice there. I know cleanse the Sekhmet bomb, but I can't just leave him with speed buffs all the way around. Actually, probably should have gone skill 1 there. I should have gone for the reset. But, I mean, this all got started way too late. This was just too messed up, so. Who's the highest bar? He's higher health? Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, never mind. He would have eaten the bomb right there, actually. He would have eaten the bomb because his health bar was over the Laura, but not much I can do. Okay. Stunning him has no purpose because he's going to cleanse himself. Never mind. Oh, nice proc. And that should be GG. Very nice procs for him. Alright, so Vanessa dies here. Yeah, it's over. Alright, let's try this one more time. We'll do one more where we don't time out and have like 3 seconds to pick each monster. And then we'll start on Yuno summons. Gianna looks like this. So Gianna is very specifically a Laura counter for me. Hence the Gianna, because Laura can't attack bar manipulate. Unless she's on Despair, which is pretty rare. She's usually not going to get a stun there. So you just run the Nemesis Gianna and then strip stun. But that's why the Hey Gang. That's why I said the Hey Gang would have been my ban there. All right. Let's see here. A few ways I can go with this. Ciara is actually pretty freaking toxic now. I think Sekhmet is not in my box. Oh, there she is. Okay. So go Sekhmet. And I kind of want to go Smicer. But not yet. I have the Sekhmet, so I can probably pull the Shizuka here. Thought he might pull the Gianna. That's okay. I think that's okay. Alright, so we're gonna need some sort of cleansing. There's a lot of debuffs here. Vero is actually a solid pick in this spot. If I can... That's not Vero. Where's Vero? There's Vero. And do I need a second speed lead? I probably do. If I go Pontos, I don't have enough damage. Oliver? I don't really like Oliver here. Alright. I'm gonna go with the Smicer. I think this could probably backfire. Not having a second speed lead's pretty not a good thing here. He gets double strip into reset, but he is gonna be lacking damage this way, so I think that's okay. I just need the Vero to get me just enough health to keep me alive, long enough for Shizuka to get a turn or two and get past the resets. I think we're okay. Not the greatest draft ever, but I think we're okay, maybe. Huh. Do I peel off the band-aid? No, I think we just do this. Okay. And the Smicer is gonna cut here, so that's not a bad thing. Because if he procs the Nim on Vero, yeah, okay. I think we're gonna do this. It's worth it. It forces him to go strip. His tuning is off there, so that's a big deal. Also, you know, it definitely helped that, there's nothing I can do here. Okay. It definitely helped that I got, see, I'm just sacking right now because I got, well, okay, he deserves that. Like, honestly, I'm kind of glad he procced because I was just straight sacking. Like, the more resistance was already kind of BS. And then, like, the Vero proc with the more resistance was kind of messed up too. Okay, now, see, he only deserved one, though. He didn't deserve the second. I'm just saying, like... The first was fair, the second was a whole lot less fair, because that cycled the stupid chung back. Have to do this, right? Alright, but I'm still kind of screwed here. Yeah, I'm still kind of screwed. See, I was being like all generous on the first one. I'm like, yeah, he deserves that. But no, now I'm screwed because he's got S3 back here. So. I went from me sacking to him sacking. Let's do this. Need to go here. Actually, we don't need to go there. Gianna's not really a concern here at all. I looked at the Gianna because she was squishy, and you kind of want to get to 4-on-3 as quick as you can, but Gianna does nothing with the Vero on the field, so that was just really wasted damage. I should have hit the chunk. Yeah, I should have hit the chunk. That was a misplay. Alright, let's do this. See if we can make up for it a little bit. Pull your bar back. Don't proc. Have I had a proc since that first Vero proc? I don't think I... that's... Yeah, the Smicer's procced a couple of times. Not impactful procs, but the Smicer has proc. Smicer's gonna die right here, though. What up, Fernando? How you doing, man? Should be gone. Let's do that. I die here, right? Can I proc? I can actually proc! Alright. I'm not sure which of us sacked the other more. But this is not over for me yet. I guess I shouldn't say that. Yeah, definitely not over for me yet. So he'll strip here. fine. Maybe, well, no, because he gets the reset now, right? Stun? No stun. That's nice. Boost self? No, he takes the heal. Okay. Alright guys, who do you think sacked who more? I have no idea which of us sacked the other more. I really don't. I really have no idea. All I know is somebody sacked somebody in that match. But I'm not really sure who sacked who. Alright. How's my Vero Rune? I don't know. I mean, Vionam, obviously. But I don't remember the stats. Let's see. Where's Vero? There we go. There you go. That's the Vero. Alright, so Yuno is taking the trash out just as I was about to switch over to Yuno's account. So I guess we'll do one more wing. We'll let Yuno come back, and then we're going to jump in and start the summons. See if we can get a slightly better draft this time. Leo Lucy. Which way do I want to count this? Counter this. I got an idea. Let's do something fun. Alright. I did not expect him to be going in this direction, so my idea here to do something fun may not work out. But we'll see. Oh, did he just make this free for me? Oh. If I do that... Now, the real play for me here is just to ban... Right? I mean, the max is the clear ban. So there's a few ways I could go, but I think the easiest way is this, and then this. Here's the Ethna. I don't keep her on full speed because I like the will. Specifically for this situation, he's probably going to ban Fire Cassandra and try to Leo the Ethna. So TT, it's funny you ask me that. I literally was editing a cell exclusion video this morning. I ran out of time. In the video, I actually posted that I would post my cell exclusions on in-game at 3 specific times, and the first of those times was supposed to be 7 p.m. tonight on stream. It's actually text edited into the video, but I did not have enough time to get it finished editing before work, and so I didn't get to post the video. But yeah, I can go ahead and throw out. I'm in 8895, so I can throw this in for you. That, to be fair, was probably a misplay. Because of the crit resist, I probably should have just taken the kill on the Walliyoung. I got lucky. 50-50. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe I noticed that, maybe not. Like, no, I'm pretty sure, like, if we're not doing... If I wasn't on stream, I'm pretty sure I would have noticed that. But I saw it, like, the moment that I did it, that it was a misplay. Man, that's some big damage he's got on that Walliyoung there. Alright, so Yuno is back. So, I need to move on to Steam. OBS cannot display two instances of... So I need to update. Okay, so we're going to do that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share. Hopefully you got into 8895 because I have to log out real quick. Oh, wait a second. We might have bases to hit. Hang on. Can I hit something? Are we FFA? Nope. Alright. Kiko Guild chat. Let me just check in Discord if we're FFA. Bear with me just a second, guys. Okay. No, there's nothing here. Okay. Alright, yeah, so I have to keep it's a little tricky not to display guild chat. So let me get switched over, FFA or not, let me get switched over to Steam so that my account is not the primary. And then if I can do some hits, that'll work out perfectly since I will actually be able to flash over just for the hits and not be showing guild chat encounters. Normally would not do Siege on stream, but since I didn't have time to get hits in today. Do I use like the Steam version? Not so much of either, to be honest. I mean, it's not bad. It's alright, but I'm used to Mumu Player and I'm used to being able to more comfortably readjust the size of my window. Steam definitely has a lot more display space, and I guess if I got used to it, I guess if I got used to it, I get used to it, you know? But I haven't used it much. The only time I really use Steam is for stream purposes, because I can't display two Mumu players. And so, no, it's alright. I mean, it's alright, but I think Mumu is just a little bit faster and more responsive, and I'm more used to being able to resize the window to the size that's comfortable for me. That's basically what it is. 8895, yes, but I have to get logged in Steam, so that's going to take me a minute. So just bear with me for a minute, and then we'll get logged in. Alright, you know, you told me you ran out of mana. You've got plenty of mana. You just ran out of crystals. So, since you're out of crystals, we're not going to be able to farm in the background. So just cross our fingers on the summons here. And, you know, just for fun, let's go to 8895. For that as well. Alright, guys, so we have got... Actually, I've got to sign in with Hive real quick, so let's... Two-way water frame. That'll work. Alright, so we got a 60 meg download on Steam. What is Frank in? Cauldron? Zachary on Vagabond Witch. Yeah, it's Frank. Okay. Okay, cool. So there's that. Alright, TT, I just got logged in on Steam, so I'll be able to share that with you now. And that also means I might be able to switch over and do some hits. Like I said, this will actually be, it'll be a good thing that I'll be able to actually switch back and forth, but cover the window, and then do some hits in the back. Alright, so, Rune settings being shared into 8895 now. I would recommend, I will probably have that video out sometime tomorrow. I mean, it's about 80% edited already. So, I would recommend, like, just check the video when it comes out, because I'll discuss the specific settings that should be readjusted and so forth. 8 voices, sorry, I missed your question. I've got the way I've got the microphone set up, I'm not seeing Twitch chat nearly as well today. I'll try moving the mic a little bit, that's better. Hopefully that doesn't change too much. Hopefully you guys can still hear the same, but I get the microphone out of my line of sight. No real life updates, actually. It's been crazy busy with work and just kind of crazy busy in general, but nothing like specific life update-wise at the moment. Other than just buried and everything. Alright, I'm going to check real quick and make sure that Steam is visible and sized properly. Alright, so Mumu Player is still showing. Ah, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, visible and sized properly. Perfect. Alright. Let's see, base. We have bases. 10.2. Can I get a call it? 10.2. I get a siege hit in real quick here. That's interesting because sorry guys, bear with me just a moment. Never mind, I actually was gonna have a really interesting attack for you guys, but it looks like we're not quite FFA yet. I haven't seen this defense before, so that would have made it a fun one to do on stream, unfortunately. But, you know, unfortunately, it didn't work out. So, yeah, is what it is. Okay. All right, so here we go, guys. By demon, you mean Skyfall demon? I love the cross stream chat. Yeah, demon's very strong. He joined us last season and he's doing really well, man. All right, so here we go, guys. We have 214 tenure scrolls. Yeah, it's a nice session, man. So we got three legendary all attributes, 5 legendary, 6 LDs. But these, every one of these tenure scrolls is basically like half an LD scroll, kind of, in a way. So, I mean, those are solid. All right, let's move the Steam thing was like getting in my line of sight. Okay, we got 120 of the elemental scrolls, 114 mystical scrolls. Probably, I assume we're not doing the engraved summoning stones, although this is Sonya. No, it's not. Sonya's gone. Then we're definitely not doing those for what's in there. Excuse me. And do we have any blessings right now? We do have 1 blessing. So since we have a blessing, you know, what is your most wanted monster right now? We should definitely start on element with the most wanted monster. Not really sure, missing mainly the new mons. Okay. Alright, in that case, let's, where do we start here then? I guess we just start with the mysticals, honestly. Water Mech Rune, okay. So, then we'll start over here. So, Hollyberry, I guess, is what we're looking for. Or not Hollyberry, well, Water Mech Rune is Hollyberry, but Mainon, that's what I'm trying to say. So we'll start here looking for a Mainon. Yuno, good luck, bro! 1 time for... I really wish people would stop spamming me on WhatsApp. Because the WhatsApp notification just keeps popping past the screen. But 1 time for the Mainon. Yuno Reaper, good luck, bro. Let me get... turn it down a little bit. Oop. There we go. Alright, that is A. We got a cyborg. Okay. Cell settings, a purple intangible with max speed sub. That actually, hey, 2 cyborgs on that. I'm almost positive that is not correct, since there is specifically an exclusion in there for that. I'll switch over and show it to you real quick. Yeah, so if you come in here, Well, unless I broke something when I was doing the video. Let's see. I might have broken some... Oh, no, never mind. Here we go. 6-star, sell exclusions. Yeah, so... Oh, that's what it is. Yes. So I did tell you that I would watch the video when it comes out in the next couple of days because there is a whole your mileage may vary type thing. I am very endgame. So when you said a purple intangible with max speed sub, that is correct because it would not have had a prefix. So within this section, it would save intangible with max speed, but it would only save it if it has 6 speed with a prefix. And that is specifically why I said make sure you watch the video when it comes out tomorrow, because I'll be pointing out the different areas in that video where you're going to want to adjust if your runes are at a if your runes are not at an endgame level, basically. So for purposes right now, as far as the rune you were referencing, you would just have to uncheck that. You would just have to uncheck that setting box where it says with a prefix. Alright, let's see. Zex with the raid! Zex, thank you very much for the raid, man. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. What up, Slickies? How you doing? What up, Big 80s? I started the stream like just 30 minutes ago, and it was kind of a slow start overall, so yeah, you haven't really missed anything. We've done 40 summons so far. Total of 40 summons. We took a little bit getting logged in and everything else. So yeah, you're catching us pretty much at this time. What up, Abstract? How you doing, man? All right, so we're gonna swing over here. So we've got summons. We've actually got summons, reapps, and then a little bit of siege content as well. Yeah, seriously, Slick. I saw you farming me during Rush last night. I had my worst rush in quite a while, actually. That defense that I tried, not so good. Actually, barely squeaked into G2 last night. It's been a while since I finished. Well, it's been a while since I finished anywhere near that bad. So yeah, that was not a good defense that I ran last night. Oh, wait! No, never mind. It's just our first win. It gave me like a little lag when I clicked on the skip button, so I thought it was actually an F5. You know what? I was gonna say I'll take the sack, and then I just realized you sacked me, so it was kind of like you RTA'd. If you sack me on RTA, if you sack me on like an arena defense, you just gotta say like I RTA'd you, because that would be, I think, a more accurate term in context here, right? But yeah, I don't know. Oh, so you had the TL variant, because I put TL on after I was starting to get farmed with what did I run first? I ran the Byung-Chul. So I did like, it was like Max, Laura, Nikki, Byung-Chul. I ran that for a while, and this is the first time I've tried the Byung-Chul. I actually tried the Byung-Chul because the dude who had the most wins in Inner Server Team 1 this week ran basically that same defense. The only thing is he ran Perna instead of Nikki. So it was like Max, Laura, Byung-Chul, Perna. And I was like, well, I mean, that like crushed on Team 1, so let me just try this with Nikki, who in theory should be much better. It was not. It just got farmed, like hard farmed. So then I dropped the Byung-Chul for Tian Lang, and that still kept getting hard farmed. So definitely the worst rush I've had in a while. But at least for once, I did not finish rank 2. You know, so there's that, because like it does get old finishing second every single week. so maybe that's a good thing. Like, but yeah. Anyway, I think the overall like Max, Nikki, Laura just hasn't done that well for me. The Vanessa variant did better, but the Vanessa variant was a little too solved. And I'm definitely like in need of finding some sort of new general defense. What up, Iris? How you doing? Iris, true story. I saw you on Rush during Inner Server, and I skipped you because of all your times on stream on Twitch. I was like, oh, we'll give Iris a pass. It was during the Inner Server Rush. Which is doubly rare because I normally don't pay attention to names at all. Like, I am so bad about knowing who I'm hitting during Rush. I normally just hit. And somehow randomly I noticed that it was you, and I was like, you know what, we'll just keep this one. Abstract, 7 wins is not bad, man. 7 wins is solid. iRice. Okay, I apologize. iRice, thank you for letting me know, Zex. I mean, if you've ever been on any of my streams, you know exactly how bad I am with names in game, but I'll make sure to catch that next time. iRice. You know, so most wanted from the 10-year scrolls would be Molly, Light T-Bunny, Kinky, Light Lich, Amarna, or any. You said any not LD5. I'm sure you meant any LD5. Rank 1, Team 1. That'd be solid, man. I was, so last time around, I was rank 1, Team 1 after 3 weeks, and then freaking Siege Finals came, and the last 2 weeks I just cleaved everything, and I lost like freaking 12 offenses. And I finished way down. I don't know, I finished way down. The defense still held up all the way through. Well, no, actually during finals, a lot of my defense was unruined also. But I think I think I got a lot of wins early on. But yeah, I did. Like I said, I was rank 1 through 3 weeks on Team 1, so I was actually like all gung ho about going for it, which I've never really pushed in that context before. And then when Siege Finals came up, I was like, there's no way I can keep runes together. There's no way I've got time to do 25 slow offenses. I'm just gonna cleave everything, and that did not go so well. 10-year gave you Max and Narsha. Bro, huge grats on the Max and Narsha, man. 10-year gave me absolutely nothing, but got a couple months left, so it could turn at any point, obviously. And I had been on a crazy hot run for a long time before that anyway, so, you know, it's like you get salty because of recency bias. You're like in the moment, and you're like, oh man, I got wrecked, but, not wrecked, I got gypped, but, yeah, I mean, realistically, like I pulled Max right before the 10 years came out. I've just been on an insane run for ages with LD, so it's wrong to be salty. Oh, hey, speaking of new unit, all right, that should be. I mean, do I need to actually? I don't think I actually need to verify when it's one new versus not new. But I will just let Yuno verify. Huge grats, man. Actually, not a bad unit either. Very useful unit, and theoretically can be used without devils. Alright, I love seeing finally. Finally is always a good thing to see. So, huge grats, man. I mean, generally, I'm always nervous to say anything can be used. Wow, that was in the last stretch of the regular scrolls, too. Like, the very last stretch of the regular scrolls, but I'm always nervous to say anything can be used without devils, but I mean, there's a few monsters that you can kind of get away with it, and Leica is one of those monsters. It's situational. Some counters with Leica really do need him to be skilled up, but not all counters do. Alright, do we go Legendary? I guess we go 10-year before Legend. No, we go Legend before 10-year, right? I mean, I don't think it really makes a difference, but the 10-year is technically more exciting because they're like partially LD scrolls, so may as well do the Legend stuff first. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we get the summoning refund, but we'll get the summoning refund from the 10-year stuff too, so we may as well go through. Alright, we got all the cyborgs now. But yeah, we may as well go through these scrolls and then get the full refund, because the 10-year stuff counts towards the rebate as well, however you want to say it. And yeah, Saimai would definitely make a lot of those offenses easier, bro. Definitely would make those offenses easier. Alright, I guess we can save these towards the very end, since they're not going to give us any kind of refund, so we're going to go into the 10 years now. So if you guys actually looked at the rates, because obviously you always want to know just how bad Com to us is I want to say jipping you. But in this case, they're really not. The 3-star rates are just straight 20%, LD3s, obviously. So if anybody was missing any LD3s, by the time you're done with the 10-year event, you should have them fully. You should have every LD3 in the game. Oh, wait, is that your... No, that's water. Okay, you said, because Yuno said light tea bunny was actually one of the most wanted. I saw the tea bunny. I thought it might be light. Oh, hey, there we go. I don't know if that's a dupe or not. Yeah, it's a dupe. It's actually a usable siege dupe, but really only usable if you can devil it. And I know Yuno has some. I know Yuno has some devil issues, so I don't know if you'd want to keep that as a dupe or not. So I'll wait to continue until you let me know what you'd like to do with the Mo. It's your second dupe or second Mo? Because I mean, he is a usable siege offense monster, but he is really, I mean, it's a little, I don't want to say really sketch, but it's a little sketch to use him. Yeah, I mean, you honestly, you could kind of go either way. Only have one. Yeah, you could kind of go either way on this one. You could kind of go either. Rated PJ, by the way, I have not pulled Windhacker, so I honestly don't know. I haven't pulled him and I haven't seen him yet. Okay, Yuno says keep, so we'll go ahead and keep. I think you're fine to keep him. I don't think a blessing is absolutely necessary. You know, we have special summon, that's going to help. And he's just, he can be usable, especially if you catch up on devils at some point in the future. So, what do we got here? I do think it's kind of weird. Oh, wait! Bro! And it's new! Okay, so you asked me to help you rune a siege offense. Well, we've got our first siege offense runed right now. Like, that's getting built, man. Huge congrats. I don't know why Rune wasn't on your list. I didn't even realize you were missing her. But bro, huge congrats, man. So we know one of the offenses we're rooting for you for sure. Definitely no. So well, that's probably the one because that one actually takes quite a while to optimize. It takes a long while to optimize. The Lucian does. The other two units don't. So that's probably what we're gonna do. We'll give you a properly optimized Lucian, and then the Miri and the Taeon just. I'd say Miri and Dova, but I don't know if you have Dova. If you have Dova, obviously better. If not, then we can make it work with Taeon. Huge grats though, man. One of the most useful LD4s, particularly for Siege, overall. So that was a big pull right there. Yeah, Lightheart. You do have them, perfect. So, Marinade Evolution, free win every Siege, as long as you use it in the right spot, basically. What up, Turnheim? How you doing? And let's see, so Aura, 1,700 scrolls, 8 5-stars. You, unfortunately, you're doing way better than me. I'm at 2,200 scrolls and like 3 or 4 nat 5s. So I feel your pain quite literally, but as I was saying earlier, I've been on an insane run for just like 9 months. HOH, so it's nice to see an LD4, but it's HOH, so I'm not gonna give like the whole screen out thing right there. At least, I mean, 2 LD4s, that's kind of legit. You know, that's not bad for the number of scrolls we've summoned with these not having like full LD rates either. But still, you know, HOH. But yeah, like I said, I mean, I've been on a run for a long time, so it's, you know, I can't complain because we're Summoner's Worst players. That's what we do. We complain. So I can complain, but you know, I don't think anybody will feel sorry for me. Maybe that's the way to say it. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for me with the run that I've been on for the last 9 months. Rightfully so. Nobody would feel sorry for me. Ooh, that is probably new. Arguably the worst LD4 in the game, but probably new. Whoa, bro! Dude, Bethany. Okay, so now we're talking. So that's 4 LD4s already? And like a Miri and a Bethany in the group? That's pretty insane. Yeah, I think, why am I watching these in slow? Oh, so they're both new. So this is really bad. I'm not gonna lie. It's just really, like, arguably the worst LD4 in the game. But the flip side is Bethany is an absolute ultra premium LD4. So before I finish trashing the first LD4, you already pulled a premium one. That's pretty fair. Yeah, that's pretty insane, man. I think that's 4 LD4s or 5. So yeah, 2 bad ones and 2 OP ones, but 3 new. Even among one of the bad ones was new. So at least, oh, is that Iris? Yo, is that Iris? Bro! We're not... Dude, we are legitimately not even pulling elemental 4-stars here. Do you realize that? We're just pulling LD4s. That's it. So the Iris not new, unfortunately, but in different metas, 2 Irises is not a bad thing. And honestly, for TOA, 2 Irises is not a bad thing. Like, you can actually just run like a TOA normal offensive, like 2 crit damage Irises. Is that another... Literally no elemental 4-stars. It's only okay, well, so 1 elemental 4-stars, but it's more LD4s than elemental 4s. This was not my experience with 10-year scrolls. I'm just telling you this, right? Like, I did 500 10-year scrolls on my account. This was not my experience. I got like 1 Mimir, I think, and that was it. And again, I probably only got like 1. It felt like I got like 1 spark period out of my 500 scrolls, and that was it. But yeah, pretty insane, man. Pretty insane. Is that a Magnum? Probably is. Nah, okay. Carbide. Would have been cool if that was Magnum. All right, 64 more left. Can we pull a 500 to 1 LD? Oh, is that Molly? Nah, it's Tetra. Whoa! That is Molly! His most wanted! We just pulled the most wanted! I mean, I think Miri should have been your most wanted, not gonna lie. And I think Bethany should have been above Molly as well. But at the start, he said, all I want from the 10-year scrolls is a Molly. Literally. So there you go. You got your most wanted, and you got 2 units much better than your most wanted to go with her. Dude, this is insane. It's LD5 right here. LD5 for sure. Is that? Nah, it's wind. Okay. LD5 coming though. 500 to 1 is nothing on these scrolls, man. I was starting to say that before. Like, I don't know if you guys checked the rates. It's about 500 to 1. Yeah, Big 80s. I know a lot of people have done well. I did not, but I know a lot of people have done well. I guess that, you know, that's why I said, like, it's hard, you know, again, nobody's gonna feel sorry for me because I can't even feel sorry for me. I can be frustrated and not feel sorry for me at the same time because I know exactly how insane my luck has been the last year. But then you like watch chat just get spammed with LD5 after LD5 after LD5, and I've got an LD blessing right now, which I can't pop, and so it's like super triggering. But again, hey, another, there you go, Hyenes, HOH, but still another. Oh, how is? Oh wait, we haven't gotten to the repeat HOH yet, but now you've got the Hyenes before the repeat HOH comes out, I guess. I did not, TT. I did not. All right, there's gonna be refunds here, so we may as well go pull all the refund stuff. And obviously, your decision on what Nat 5 to pull has gotten a little bit easier because we did pull, I think, 2. No, the Mo was a dupe, so just 1 new one, right? Which is fine with all the LD4s we just pulled that were all new. I think that's totally fine. So we'll get 6 refund on the LD scrolls. That's fine. And then we get this as well. We may as well just pull the cyborg. Interestingly, not that many cyborgs. Enough. I mean, you got all the new ones. But in terms of skill ups, could have been a little bit more. Game was too busy spamming us with LD4s, I guess, to give us cyborgs. Seems to be the case. Like, yeah, that makes sense. If you don't summon any elementals, then it's kind of hard to summon elementals. Kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense in retrospect. Wojo dropping the member chat. Stuck at work, listening podcast style on my headphones. Good luck on the summons. Wojo, thank you for being a member for more than 2 years, man. Super appreciate the support, especially as obviously I have slowed down streams quite a bit lately, so very, very much appreciate you continuing to support. I am trying to start to get occasional videos out again, and obviously starting to stream a little bit more. So thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Don't forget the event on the summon page. I'll take a look. I'm not sure which one you mean, so I will. I'll take a look. Event on summon page. Something further down, maybe? No, we pulled that. pull up summons. Go back to the summon portal. Oh. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. So we haven't pulled an LD5 yet, but we've pulled an obscene amount of LD4s. Let's see. I'm gonna take just the summon stuff. I can take that. Well, actually, I guess we do need the re-ups because we're doing re-ups as well. Try and leave the energy for you. All right, cool. I think I got it all. 2,500 mysticals, 10-year scroll. But none have been fire cyborg. Sidra, that actually might take the cake out of like all the bad RNG stories we're sharing today. That might actually take the cake. That's freaking insane. 2,500 scrolls. I mean, the thing is, you summon 23 nat 5s, so you're actually doing really well. Because I would certainly trade 1 nat 4 for 23 nat 5. Well, I guess 11 nat 5s over rates or whatever. So I mean, you're doing well, but that's just insane that you didn't pull a fire cyborg. That is really insane. By the way, guys, speaking of summons, just a heads up, on Wednesday, I believe we're starting at either 12 or 1 p.m. Pacific. I don't have my calendar in front of me. It's 12 or 1 p.m. Pacific, but on Wednesday, so 2 days from now, we are going to be doing what may wind up being the biggest summon session in Summoner's War history. If not, it's the second biggest summon session in Summoner's War history. It's going to be for Arthrix. He's been saving for a solid year. It's going to be, he's got over 7,000 scrolls now, and then by the time we're done with all the refund events and stuff, it's going to be well over 8,000 scrolls. There's more than 1,000 premium scrolls. So that is going to be an absolutely insane session. Just so you guys know, I may as well check and give you the correct time. Let's see, it is 12. Yeah, Wednesday at 12 p.m. Pacific. Pulled Ragdoll and Arda on my alt. Is it a good combo? It actually is, Cheapokes. I pulled Ragdoll and Arda in the past year. I don't necessarily always use them together. I actually pretty rarely do them. Pretty rarely use them or draft them together in RTA. But having both is a really good combo because they're usable in different situations, and there is like a lot of value as a turn 2 bruiser player to have both of them because they're usable in different situations. Say that right. So Aggie, I'll be honest, I'm actually in a week and a half we have a 550 re-app session scheduled. I'm already a little bit nervous about that one, and he's got all the rooms pre-marked. I don't know about 1,000. I don't know. Okay, like if we're gonna pump them all into one Swift rune, okay, I can do that. Yeah, the big summon session is gonna be in day after tomorrow. So this Wednesday, 12 p.m. Pacific. Be over 8,000 scrolls, over 1,000 premiums. All right, so we're gonna go here first. Aggie, but yeah, so honestly, like what I've found from re-app sessions is after about 3 to 4 hours, my brain really just starts to fry. It's too much concentration for too long, and I get nervous that I'm gonna make a mistake and like, you know, not take a 30 speed rune or something. So usually historically I always tried to make it a limit of 200. But I think now with the marking system, if people pre-mark targets, I can go a little bit higher. But 1,000, I don't know, man. I don't think I can do 1,000 in one stream. Yeah, I don't think I have the stamina for it. All right, we got 4. Well, we may as well do this. We'll finish on the all attribute, right? Can we get 5 pieces anywhere? Let's see. Yeah, we can grab this here. Okay. All right. So we have got our final 8 LD scrolls. HOD, so same deal. 800 reaps, man. I just don't have the stamina. If the runes are pre-marked and we're very clear on what expectations and speed are, potentially we could do. You know, some sort of session in that thing, but it's the stuff with like me having to wait for decisions and stuff. I can't go over 3 to 4 hours, Jim. All right, we got 5 LD scrolls left. Oh, and we got a Spark one-time LD5, one-time LD2. He is new. This actually might be worse than the Light Gladiatrix. I don't feel bad shitting on your Nat 4s right now because we pulled a Miri, a Bethany, and then your Most Wanted in the Molly. So I can talk shit on these LD4s all day long, and it really doesn't matter because we pulled the good ones. And we did just get like yet another Spark after a crazy amount of LD4s. What up, Noya? Shout out to Chili, bro. Free 10-year scrolls from the 10-day pack. I believe so. Yeah, because they had me do the event. Alright, so only 1 Spark, but 1 Spark out of 8 is still technically good. Not technically, it is good. It's double rates. So, alright, we still have 4 more chances for an LD5. That's pretty much the icing on the cake. It's the one thing we have not gotten yet is an LD5. Maybe an LD Hacker. I almost said an LD Cyber. Take those 2. But LD Hacker would be a nice finish to the stream. Dark Hacker looks pretty OP. Fire Bomber, not so much. On the bottom left of the pack. Oh, that is okay. The one scroll. Gotcha. I'll double check. I mean, I've gotten them every day. I assumed he did, but we'll double check. All right, Yuno says already got. That is not a Nat 5, by the way, but is it? No, it's water. Alright, slightly anticlimactic finish to the summoning session, but actually a very, very solid session overall. So, the end results here are we got probably 7 or 8 LD4s and then also a new Leica, which I think the overall rates were, you know, we pulled 2 Nat 5s, the Duke Molong that we kept that very well could be usable, and the new Leica, and then something, like I said, something like 8 or 9 LD4s. Let's see, if I go by monster, we did get all the cyborgs. Not much in the way of skill up. We got all the cyborgs. Miri is obviously the big winner. I think that, for me, that's your biggest pull. The Bethany is also really solid. Bethany's a little bit trickier to use. And Bethany does not actually require high rune quality, but the monsters that you use with Bethany do kind of require high rune quality, kind of require pretty good Swift set. Miri also kind of wants a good Swift set, but it's not as bad as with the Bethany. Basically, we're just going to put your best Swift on Miri, and then we're going to build a team around that, and you'll go when you can go, and with what you got, and it should pretty much be a free win every siege, as long as you use her at the right time. And so, again, because Yuno had asked if we could do 1 siege offense, 1 siege defense, I'm actually going to optimize his Lucian right now because we're not likely to be reapping Rage. We do have about 100 reaps, but we're not likely to be reapping Rage. And as such, we can start the Lucian optimization now. That also allows me to kind of show you guys how I optimize Lucian. And then I'm just gonna program it and then let it run in the background because it takes a long time for a long time for a Lucian optimization. So let me just open up swap here. We'll pull in his JSON, and it's actually a good thing to do this anyway because we are going to possibly need to check his JSON for reapp targets. Yeah, I can do that. You got it, man. Alright, so let's see here. We're gonna change this window Kill that. Let's see if this works. Did not think so. Okay. Streamlabs. Summoner's War Optimizer. Here we go. I guess we don't need to see whatever this Microsoft Copilot crap is that I don't use and I get tired of them spamming us with it anyway. And we don't need that top section there. Okay. Alright, so I already pulled in your JSON as far as optimizing Evolution goes. I don't know if that's good. Alright, we'll do this one. So it's pretty straightforward. Alright, so Yuno, quick question. You had previously told me that you did not want to take any runes off of certain monsters. When it comes to optimizing your PvP Lucian, personally, I recommend all runes being in play, but if you have specific runes that you do not want us to touch, or specific monster builds that you don't want us to touch, please let me know so I can go ahead and exclude those now. Alright, let's see, that should all be correct. Skills, Guild War, attack, I forgot speed. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And then that's pretty much it. We're good to go. And then here, we're gonna go max, sim, attack, CRC. Rebuild things if needed. Okay, so we'll see what we come up with. And let's see, so this is, and you'll see this is gonna take an awfully long time to optimize. First things first, I need to set a threshold damage level or we'll come back with an infinite number of builds. That does not work for us. So we're going to run this like 2 or 3 times to make sure that it's just not like coming back with tens of millions of builds because that will cause swap to crash. And as soon as we know it's not going to give us too many builds. Alright, so I think 13.6, that'll give us a good threshold build. We'll go 13.6. And then that's pretty much it. We're going to come back to this in what appears to be 12, 13 minutes. And that's why I said I wanted to get this started now as we did the build for you. But now we're going to be waiting for monster subjugation. Alright, let me see if I can get any siege attacks in on XG then while we're waiting for both swap and subjugation. Maybe we want FFA and siege. Does not look like we're FFA. We've got trims, but I don't think I can hit anything for 40 some odd minutes. Nope, that one's a 9. Okay, so my next available hit is in 9 minutes. So yeah, we're trapped everywhere. We are trapped everywhere. We're gonna go to Reapps here in just a minute, guys, but we've got like no siege hits to do. We've got subjugation for Yuno. We've got swap running, so we will be going to the Reapps here in just a moment. Let's see here. Is it worth getting the GPU plugin? Tim, I mean, you know, so worth is in the eye of the beholder. But I will say I could not imagine playing Summoner's War without swap, and honestly, like I couldn't imagine using swap without swap pro at this point. I mean, you just saw the configuration I did for Yuno, and I said that it would take us about 11-12 minutes, I think would be the time for the total build, give or take. Yeah, about 11-12 minutes for the total build, and that is 100 times, like straight up 100 times faster than the free version. So would it be 1100 minutes? You know, you're talking almost 20 hours to run that one Lucian build. So, I mean, to me, it's worth it. I can't. What I can say is that the $15 on Swap Pro is the best $15 you can ever spend on Summoner's War. But I don't know, if you're free to play. Like, I can't say spend money or anything like that. But if you spend anything at all on Summoner's War, the Swap Pro is probably the single best $15 you could ever spend on Summoner's War. I guess I can say that. Setting the depth and filters so that you have 113. Tim, yeah, generally speaking, I would say, so even on Swap Pro, I will sometimes use filters. Generally speaking, I would say you're going to return 5 to 10% better builds. I think that's probably a fair overall assessment. I just noticed that this window's been chopped off the whole time. We didn't notice it so much when we were doing summons, but it's showing up a lot more in subjugation. Let's fix that. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get at least 5 to 10% better builds, and you're also going to more consistently find builds. But again, all I can do is tell you I personally find value in it. I'm not going to tell anybody that they should ever spend money on the game, but for me, it's totally worth it. If it was $15 a month, I would get it. Actually, I do. I'm a Patreon of Sandro. I'm a $10 a month Patreon of Sandro. And I mean, I have Swap Pro and I have Swap Connect. They're both paid for. I'm also a beta tester, so I probably didn't even need to pay for them, but I paid for them anyway. And I am also a $10 a month Patreon. So for what it's worth, I find the value in it. Light SD time. I have no idea. 10 seconds, maybe? Something like that. Yeah, something like 10 seconds. I haven't actually, since they changed Kairos last time, I haven't ruined anything for best times. Or I haven't really tried to make a best time light dungeon team. I think I just throw 3 Lucians in and that's it. Or maybe 4 Lucians, something like that. And the Lucians are not optimized, they're just rune storage. I have 2 Lucians correctly built. I have my PvP Lucian, and then I have 1 PvE Lucian, and then the others are literally just holding auto-engraved runes just for rune storage, and I just put 4, I think it's 3 or 4 Lucians in, so. Here, let me, I can take a look real quick. Can I take a look? If it's open, I can take a look. It's not open right now. Wait, no, you can go through here. All right, my time is 9.565 seconds. Yeah, there you go. 9.565 with 3 Lucians. that's what it is. OP team, guys. OP team. Alright guys, so now we are going to move on to the Reapp section of the stream. And we've got Yuno. Okay, we'll take a quick look. Take a quick look for you, and then we're going to move on to Reapps. There you go. So double Lucian Kali. Very nice, man. Very nice. All right. Oops. Do we have a Reapp mark? We do. Okay, so we're going to start with the Reapp mark. It is 5, so that's perfect. That's my Reapp mark as well. Unfortunately, we only... I guess we don't have a Reapp mark. Okay, so we'll start with the rims that are marked Reapp. This is actually a reasonable target, so I'm cool with this. We have got 117 Reapps. Try not to go with more than 5. This actually was a question that came up on last stream as far as should you Reapp slot 4 attack. That's good. We're done. That's a one and done to start. So I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the 19 defense. I sure wish the defense and the HP at least were changed, but this is very efficient and it's not the most important Reapp target. There are uses for slot 4 attack. There are definitely uses for slot 4 attack in the game now, a lot more than there used to be, but it's not something that I'm gonna chase and throw a whole bunch of Reapps into, especially with a resistance innate, which is not the most useful innate for a slot 4 attack. So if I can take a bad rune and just make it usable, I'm happy. Okay, that is a terrible, terrible accuracy rune. I cannot see any world in which I could keep that. If it were attack, I would actually struggle to keep it because of the roll into defense. But as accuracy, there's just no way. It's efficient, but that's all it is. It's not even super efficient because it's a double 5 into crit damage. But yeah, just was a terrible rune. So this is a moderately low triple on HP with 1 into defense and quad grindable, but low roll on attack. I personally think you keep going on this. Accuracy runes generally want some speed. This is fairly efficient. So, you know, there's a case to be made to keep this, but that case mostly starts and ends with you having a lot of re-up targets. And you told me that you were not confident in how many re-up targets you have. So if you don't have a lot of re-up targets, even though I don't love the resistance innate, this is generally a pretty reasonable target to pursue. And I don't mind putting more re-ups into this. But I'm going to start off by actually taking a quick look in your JSON at what I think are the viable re-up targets. And let's take a look and let's see how many re-up targets we might actually have. And I will throw up the swap since we did configure that already. This is the basic configuration for what I would look for on re-up targets. I see 79 total right now. That does include Swift. So if we drop Swift out, because that's always a little sketch, we still have 64. So that's pretty solid. Now if we bring it down to what I think are really the most important re-up targets, which would be the slot 246, we still have 31. 31 on 117 re-ups, generally speaking. On average, it's like 5.5 re-ups per one keep. It's kind of like my feel over time, 5.5 re-ups give or take. So I would say we have more targets than re-ups. Still don't really love this accuracy rune, but if we were to drop Despair out and narrow it down just to Vile Will, and then let's bring this around on the other end, there's actually nothing super efficient. However, this is super fast, so we're not going to re-up that. That, I could see re-upping that. It certainly would not be a first priority. This, I could see re-upping. Would not be a first priority. But yeah, I would say in general, we have enough targets. I think we do have enough targets. Yeah, a lot of 4 stars and a couple of 4 stars that are better than most LD5 pulls, honestly. Like, we pulled a Rune, which was new for him. We pulled a Bethany, which was new for him. Pulled the Molly, which was his most wanted. And so among those, like, particularly the Rune is better than 3/4 of the LD5s that you can pull. So I think, like, to me, the Rune is more exciting than pulling, like, a crap LD5 or even a mediocre LD5. Because that's something that you get to use every single siege going forward. I even use Rune and Arena offense. Very niche use. But I even have an Arena offense team. So super strong pull. All right, guys, I actually got a call. So we are going to take a quick siege break. Let me see what I'm hitting. It's pretty straightforward, I think. I think it's pretty straightforward. So we can swing over to Steam. I'm going to bring this up. Alright, so this is my call. We've got Ophelia Kraka and the Young. So now I have to decide how I can hit this without showing Skyfall offense. I've got 3 comps that immediately come to mind. One of them I probably should not bring up on stream. One of them has probably got a pretty high loss condition. What can I do here? What can I do here that is, like, not just an int? I have not lost the siege offense yet this season, so I'd rather not start now. So we don't want to int, and at the same time, we don't want to show Skyfall offense. So the easiest way to deal with this, of course, would just be to cleave. Alright, we're just gonna go Miang, Adriana, Sonia. It's an offense everybody knows. It's not particularly great in this situation, to be honest. It's not particularly terrible, but it's not the offense that I would choose to use here. But I think we can make it work. Okay, that's fine. Damage, you know what? I think I'm better off damage downwind. Well, there's... we're gonna take out the Kraka, right? So... still think I might be better off damage downwind, because the thing I don't like about this is... with the Ophelia... Okay, yeah, we're gonna do that. And then here, obviously, we're just gonna go damage on Dark. Definitely not my first choice for an offense here, guys, so this is not an instructional video. Yeah, let's just do this. That's fine. Alright, chill there, bro. Chill, chill, chill. Chill, chill, chill. I think we actually do this. That's fine. It's still the right play. I mean, at the end of the day, that's care more about making the right play than Can we glance him? Take the glancing. Nope. Okay. Patience. Patience, patience. Okay. And that's why we're patient. Okay. Dark DK. I'm not sure who Dark DK is. Dark Donkey Kong? 16, but I don't think we're nowhere near being able to hit that, right? And we have nothing. Oh yeah, we do have a connector here, but not for 27 minutes. Oh, Dark Desert Queen. I don't have Nephthys. Yeah, I don't have Nephthys. I have Maximilian, who I recently pulled, but that's a little bit more RNG based than I'd be willing to use on Siege. Oberon's super useful in my opinion. I don't have him, but I believe I would find lots of uses for him. Mookwall, I'm not a fan. I don't think I would use him very much. Alright, I don't think I get any more attacks in here. I don't think I'm missing anything. So, that's it. We got one attack. 11 minutes. 11 minutes I can get my next call. Alright. Come back over here to Reapp stuff. Alright, so Yuno, after looking through your account, my personal recommendation... yeah, I mean, the thing is... So, Nephthys... Water Princess, I'm assuming you meant Nephthys, Adriana, Sonia. That would actually just be a waste of good units, honestly. Would that work? Probably. But, like, Sonia doesn't need the defense break, so there's not a whole lot of synergy between Nephthys and Sonia there. Obviously, Adriana Sonya is a really strong combo as long as the Sonya is built properly, which does require a good optimized Sonya. But the Nephthys is just kind of a waste there. She's like a generic speed lead. Miang, obviously, it's free to play as you get. It's 4-star. OP in that situation. It's a very common comp that everybody's familiar with. The thing with Sonya there is you can't Sonya Byung-chul. So it's a little bit more sketch because if the Byung, like you saw how many procs Byung did, what do you have, 2 or 3 turns on open, almost dropped my Adriana. That's exactly why I didn't really love that offense there. So the Ophelia puts up threat state, and then the Byung-chul just kind of pounds on you, and you can get into trouble in that comp. And that's why I kept saying over and over, this is like not my first choice here. There are a lot of good ways to hit that particular defense. The problem is most of those good ways I didn't have Rune, and the ones that I did have Rune are ones that I just wouldn't feel comfortable showing on the stream. Because if it's not an offense that I came up with and it's not like a commonly known offense, then it's kind of like stuff. So I eventually went with, just like a generic cleave. I can only run 2 Miang Adriana Sonyas per siege, which is fortunate that I can run 2, but then I can only run 2. So also burning 1 right there is not necessarily ideal, but it won't matter. I'm not going to be able to get in 10 hits, and I've got 7 mirror hits. So either way. How much damage does Byung have at max HP? With element down, it's something close to 70%, maybe even more. But it's in the ballpark of 70% with element down. So it's pretty significant. It's not possible, as far as I know, it's not possible to, well, not as far as I know. I can say definitively, it is not possible to Sonya a Byung-chul. Even if you have like a crit damage Sonya and you still make the attack qualifier. If the Byung-chul is built not to be Sonya'd, it's not going to be Sonya'd. And I'm not even talking about like defense build. Just like give it enough HP and it is not going to be Sonya'd. And it probably won't even die on the Miang follow in that spot. In that particular defense, there's Kraka there anyway, so you're not gonna hit the Byung-chul either way. But like even if you saw in the gameplay, I had the opening with Sonya S2, and I was like patience, because I was not attack buff. Byung-chul still had way too much HP. I would not have killed him, and I just would have burned my S2 pointlessly. So I had to wait one more rotation. All right, so we're gonna go ahead on this one. It's moderately efficient. It's not super efficient. It's not the greatest innate, but it is a really great reap target, and it's just not really, I don't think, good enough as it is to be used. But we will stick with our normal cap of 5. Yeah, see, now this is much better. Just having the speed in here is much better. So this is about the same efficiency. Like the defense rolls are really low, but we have a low roll on attack before. But now you can gem in HP, which generally speaking, on an accuracy rune, your most important stat's always going to be speed, followed by HP and attack equally depending on what kind of monster is using the rune. Defense is the least important thing. So this is like perfectly balanced rune in that we'll have 19 speed on it, and then you get to gem in like a bigger roll on the HP. Ironically, the HP could be more than the double roll and the extra roll into defense, but this would be 115% rune because it's quad grindable, give or take, and a lot better stat synergy than we had on the other rune. All right, so we've got 1 despair rune left. Let's see, you've got 2 and 2. I don't see this as a reap target though, bro. This is actually a pretty decent rune. I mean, it's got all the stats. Yeah, the crit damage is kind of like not ideal for despair. This is an efficient, decent rune. All I would do is regem the attack. I think that rune's already solid. And then we got 1 more accuracy destroy rune. I'll be honest, this is actually a decent reap target for later game accounts. Don't know if it's the greatest reap target on yours. Not until we've gone through some of the other Vile and Will stuff. So, I'm going to swing back over to your JSON now. I'm going to block out. I'm going to start with just Vile and Will, slot 2, 4, 6, and all the normal innate, speed, and all that stuff. And we're not going to look at any defense runes. We're just going to look at everything else. So we will start with your slot 2s, and that's going to be Vile. And we are going to sort by grade here. So the first rune we're looking for is 809 flat HP. That'd be this. 6 crit rate innate. This is the correct one. Attack slot 2, not my favorite reap target. Yeah, I think I take it back. That's not the first one. We're gonna skip. There's four slot 2 attacks. We're gonna skip those. There is a Bio 2 speed, defense an 8, 31 accuracy, not a re-up target. Never mind. Okay, there is a Will 2 attack percent again. Let's take a look at the slot 6s first instead. All right, 24 speed, slot 6 HP. That rune is actually pretty decent, especially because it's probably one of your fastest. There's a slot 6 on Sabrina. Attack percent. Kind of a decent rune, not a great one. So this is a good one to look at right here. Let me show you this rune. It is... It's attack, right? Attack slot 6, crit damage innate. This says it's on Sabrina. I'm not seeing Sabrina right now. I'm not seeing your Sabrina at the moment. Bro, congrats on the Deborah. That's awesome. I need both. I need the Zarath and the Deborah. Oh, it's Will. Good catch. You know the runes better than I do, apparently. Well, you should. Yeah. I don't know them at all, but. All right. So this rune right here. See, this one, it's like you can kind of go either way. The crit rate is awesome. Crit damage innate. The speed is okay. I mean, that's fine for what it is. It's a good PvE rune. I'd probably just gem defense into HP percent. At which point you're a little over 100% efficiency. And yeah, so this is going to be where we're going to run into that conversation. And I guess we should have that conversation. This rune is one that I would keep when you have lots and lots of targets. You're probably not going to have lots and lots of targets. As I'm actually going through this and seeing it closer now, we are going to run out of targets on your account. But, you know, I can see a case for re-upping this rune. I honestly can. It's not a great rune. It's lacking efficiency, mostly because of the accuracy. But the accuracy does give it synergy, so it's kind of like right on the fence. And again, I would keep this rune when I have lots of targets. So my question for you is, do you want to expand beyond the basic sets? Like, do you want to do Despair and Swift and Destroy? Do you want to save re-ups? Or do you want to push hard on the runes that we have? And, you know, we can also expand out to slots 1, 3, 5. It's not something I generally recommend, especially knowing that you're free to play or mostly free to play. I would generally rather see, honestly, like in your situation. And so you guys have all seen me always do like very different take. You guys are now going to see the other side of it. Knowing that Yuno is free to play or mostly free to play, in that range. The re-ups have tremendously more value, so I'm going to be more conservative with them. But it also means that he has less access to re-up targets, and so there's a balance there. So you say expand a bit, but not very hard. So, for example, there is some value maybe in going Swift because of the Bethany we just pulled, but ironically at that point, so we would be very limited on the range of Swift runes that we would do. It would be speed, crit damage, attack. And then you could argue for doing a couple of slot 1s and 5s, excuse me, not 3s. The 3s are just what they are. You could argue mostly for the slot 1. What we're really looking for is like a good mix of crit rate, speed, and attack. Not specifically YOLO fast. You land a quad, awesome, but you're just looking for a good damage rune that can go onto like a Bethany style build. Same thing for the crit damage, the speed, and the attack runes. Those I think are all reasonable to do on Swift because you have a specific need for them. I probably would not re-app Destroy on your account. I think Destroy is not in the meta enough right now, and I would not re-app Despair on your account because I think Despair more often than not is speed chasing. There is a real need for Destroy runes that are not, for Despair runes that are not fast, for builds like a Rika, for example. But you don't use that many Despair runes in comparison to other sets. And for that reason, I think most of us will drop enough organically that it's not worth re-apping Despair if we're not speed chasing. So that's a long way of saying, basically, I think that we should just re-app conservatively on your account, slot 2, 4, 6, the premium targets. We keep usable runes and save your re-apps for a future session and allow you to just keep farming runes. For example, there's an event. I mean, the events in game right now will give you a crap ton of re-app targets. So we don't have to burn all the re-apps today. So that would be my recommendation for you, is that we go conservative. We hit the really good targets now. Stuff like this, which is borderline, I think we keep, and we just wait for you to get more re-up targets because you don't have a lot of depth in general. And so when you drop a, you know, let me just real quick over here. For example, this event right here, you don't need to be putting, like you saw, I don't know if you saw or not, I put all my coins into scrolls because, you know, that's, what else am I going to do? But you don't need to do that. You can put all your coins into these runes here. This is 60 legend runes. And when you're done with this, you'll sell a bunch of them. You get to craft some more legend runes. And then this opens up. And you can put a lot of coins here. And you can get a crap ton of runes out of this event. Some of these are going to drop legend. Some of them are going to be innate. They'll be re-up targets. And it would be better to have the re-ups when those good targets come up. And just generally add more depth to your account. That's my recommendation. So, for those of you guys who have seen me, very different perspective, I think. And I've always said, like, I try to get a call in. Hang on. We get a call. 434343. Yeah, we got a call. Hit enter. Okay, we got a call. Just barely, but we got a call. How many LD5s do I have? I have 25 LD5s. The best slot to re-up is generally going to be slots 4 and 6 or slot 2 speed and occasionally slot 2 HP. That is the best overall. So it's going to be slot 6 accuracy, resistance, HP, and attack. Slot 4 crit rate, HP not so much sometimes. So slot 4, like mostly it's crit rate and a little bit crit damage, a little bit HP, a little bit attack. Slot 6, it's kind of equal between accuracy, resistance, and HP. All of them super valuable. And then to a lesser extent, attack. And slot 2, it's speed, and to a lesser extent, HP. So when you're talking about just straight the most valuable, those are the ones I would say are the most valuable. So if you're on a limited number of re-ups, those are the ones that I would focus on primarily. All right, so we did get a call here, guys. It's old defense, and once again, how can I hit this without giving out counters? Do I just do a stupid YOLO cleave? I guess that's probably the best I can do. Let's see here. Okay, I am making my life really difficult with this whole concept of trying to do this on stream. All right, we're gonna do something stupid here. We're gonna do something really stupid. If I take my first loss of the season, I'm gonna be angry at myself, but such is life. But we're gonna do something fun. We're gonna have a little bit of fun with this, and that's that. So if my read on this is right, Hey Gang, yeah, so the Hey Gang I'm actually not a huge fan of in general. There's one specific Hey Gang offense that performs better than the others. I don't have that one optimized right now, and most of the others are kind of sketch. But yeah, I do think most people know Hey Gang. It's just, it's not a counter I like. So if I'm gonna take in a counter I don't like, then I figure I may as well have fun at the same time. And so I am thinking of this. So we get the defense buff. We should, in theory, be able to kill. Yeah, I think we can do this. I think we can do this and just have a little bit of fun. Which rune do I want here? I think we're going to take the blade rune here. We're going to take this one. We're going to use this blade rune. Wait, that's not blade rune. We're going to use this blade rune. And then I'll have to be swift here. That's not swift, that's swift. Now, I'm not used to steam at all. So we're going to go speed over HP. Take this one. Alright, 227. How? I'm way over on crit rate. So I guess we go like this instead. Crit damage Laura? Anybody? Yeah, why not? Alright. Leo Water Totem Fang. That's actually a pretty rough offense into this, to be honest. Okay, that is also a really rough build. We're not going to go there. We're not going to do that. Okay, yeah, I just saw how bad those stats are. We're not gonna do that. So instead, we're gonna take that. We're gonna swing this over to Will. We're gonna go this, I think. And then we're gonna take this rune. And we're gonna come back over here to Swift. Take this rune. And we'll take, I think, this rune. How fast is that? 235. That should outspeed all Claras, right? Yeah, that should outspeed all Claras. Okay, that should do it. How fast do I think? Yeah, I mean, we're just having fun here, so I'm not gonna, you know what, I'm overthinking this too much. We're just having fun, so let's just chill. Alright, we're gonna go Will. This, and then it's gonna go speed over HP, I think, like this. Go bio. Speed, we'll do it like this, and then do I want the attack rune? How much HP do I have? Let's go crit rate, actually. Yeah, that'll work. What set do I want here? Probably shield is actually very beneficial. So we're gonna do, yeah, we're gonna go shield, and there's a specific reason for that. That's the rune I want, actually. Specific reason for that is just in case the Clara cuts, because I am running, I'm not really tuned. So just in case the Clara cuts, then I get the Laura buffs plus the shield. There is a chance, though, this way that the Max gets stunned. Yeah, never mind, we want Will. We want Will just in case the Clara cuts. So we're gonna do that. And then we'll just go bio here, I think. That, and that. And then just take a Will rune. How are we? We're good on accuracy, right? Yeah, we're good on accuracy. We're also good on crit rate, so we need HP mostly. Take that. Okay, we got too much crit rate, I guess. Way too much. What's that? No, 55? That doesn't matter. That's fine, because we also need the accuracy for this rune. Okay. And actually, we can probably drop some crit rate here for more useful stats. Great. Accuracy. Maybe we cannot drop crit rate here. There we go. Okay. Alright. I think this works. Okay. So basic idea here is we're going to put the defense buff up that more or less neuters the Savannah. Savannah absolutely can proc, can strip. I do have some sustain with the Nikki. Mostly we're just having fun abusing LD5s, but also I'm kind of hoping that I can just dismount the Savannah. Missing the strip on the Savannah, I guess, didn't actually make any difference. So now Savannah's not going to do any damage because we've got the defense buffs. We can do this and this. Yeah, there you go. I mean, very easy to build offense. Not premium at all. Easy, not premium. Very free into that defense. You know, no risk whatsoever. Yeah, see, that's why you come to stream, you know? Much better offenses than hanging out there. Not gonna lie, that actually felt strong enough to be a real offense and not just a meme. But, I mean, it's also a little bit of rune strength right there, right? But then there's nothing wrong with using the strength of your account. Alright, I think that's all the attacks we get for the time being. These are the, oh, you guys can't see the guilds I put, huh? How do I do this? Let's see. Alright, so somebody asked about the guilds we pulled. We just unlock. Okay, here you go. That's who we pulled. Oops. That was an e-save. Alright. So back to reaps. So we pretty much established what we were going to do. By the way, Sam, I kind of brushed past. So Leo, Water Totem, Fang. The thing I want to say about that is that the... Alright, well, that's not concerning in the least. Yeah, that doesn't scare me at all. Okay. Should I be nervous right now, guys? I don't use Steam very much. Should I, like, honestly, should I be nervous right now? Yeah, I don't think I should be nervous. Happened to kill as well? Okay, yeah. I was like, I don't think I should be nervous, but then when you see that, you're like... Alright, what up, King? How you doing, man? Alright, then I have to re-sign in. Welcome to Hive membership. That is not the same sign-in screen that I had a minute ago, so that's concerning. Alright, well, let me make sure I'm not typing this on the screen. Okay, so the format of the login screen changed, but I think I still have an account. It seems to be logging in. So that's good, I hope. Alright, we're good. We're good. I'm back in the game. My account was not deleted. We're good. Alright, so moving on to re-ups. Started saying something about the Feng Yang. Okay, so Leo, Water Totem, Feng Yang. So there's a thing about siege offenses, and the way I would say this is offenses seem OP until they're not. Another way to say it is there's a first time for everything, and we all know with Summoner's War that sometimes the first time leads immediately into the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. It's kind of like you make this OP PvE dungeon team that goes 1,000 times without a fail, and then all of a sudden it fails 6 times in a row. Ask any streamer who's ever made a video on a dungeon team. Literally, that is like how it works. Siege offenses can be like that, where, you know, when you need a very specific sequence of events to blow up your offense, it can easily go 10, 20, 30 times without happening, and then all of a sudden it happens a bunch of times in a row. And when it's all said and done, you're at 80, 90% win rate, 95% win rate, whatever it is. But until you have the equalization, the regression to the mean, it can feel really OP. So the Leo Water Totem Fang is going to be OP into that defense every time it wins. Like, every time it wins, it's going to feel amazing. Until... until the time that you cannot get Leo out of Oblivion because Aaliyah does not actually cleanse enough. And that's going to be the time that you're facing a Vile Clara that decides to target Leo, that just keeps proccing just enough to just keep stripping Leo, and then the Tessa just keeps getting just enough turns to put the Oblivion onto Leo, and your slow Aaliyah is just not able to get into a position to cleanse Leo, and then all of a sudden it feels bad. So in general, it's actually a pretty good offense. It's probably going to win 90+% of the time. The problem is that I try to find offenses, like Redline in Skyfall right now is like 97 or something. And so the Leo, Aaliyah, Fang team, especially if you're rune gapping the opponent, you basically never lose. But if you're facing an opponent with roughly equal runes, then it's like you're just going to win a whole bunch until the day that you don't, pretty much. Speaking of, I think we get one more call. Space up. And look, guys, I do still have an account. Who knew? Who knew? So I called blind. I don't know what we're facing yet. But I can't run Nikki Aaliyah again. I know that. All right, 5-4. Did we call way too early? We called. Never mind. I just followed. I'm just a sheep. I followed everybody else calling, and they all called too Hang on. Is that the right? Oh, that's the wrong 5. No, it's square 5. Oh, no. Oh, okay. All right, guys. This one should be straightforward. Actually, I do have a call. This one should be straightforward. I think everybody knows how to counter this, but I need somebody in chat to just give me the counter. As soon as you give me the counter, I can use it. This should be there's one team here that'll win 100% of the time. There's 2 more teams that'll win 95% of the time. Talby Dream, give me the full comp there, please, if you would. I mean, I think it's close enough. You gave it. Okay, yeah. We're gonna. It's yeah. We all know enough of us know the counter. Anyway, I think I'm pretty much in there. Steam client sits at checking updates for hours. Yeah, that's somewhat concerning as well. Alright, are we able to hit yet? No, we got, what, 15 more seconds. Lexi! Lexi is probably not the counter I would use there. I do actually see situations where Lexi could be interesting, but I think anytime you bring a low base HP natural into Theomar, it's scary. But yeah, in this case, we're just going to go Amelia Bulwark. And then this gives me 3 hits, which is probably enough for me to stop trying to go back and forth. Camilla, Windy, Belial. That actually can work as well, to be fair. I don't have Belial properly runed, and he does really benefit from being optimized. And I feel like there's a loss condition that I'm forgetting at the moment because we're on stream. Galleon Tiana Varad, definitely much more YOLO. Water String Master, Taylor Galleon. Less YOLO? I haven't heard that counter before, to be honest. But the lack of speed lead there is concerning because you're triple water. I could definitely see the Theomars just proccing once and killing you right through your immunity without a strip. Plus you have the Geldnir to strip. So I take it back. I think the Water String, it's pretty easy for a fast Ophelia to outspeed on 33 lead. Yeah, I think that one probably loses more often than not, to be honest. The Galleon Tiana Varad has kind of a similar issue where a really fast Ophelia on 33 lead is going to get close, at least, to your Tiana speed. So if I have a fast Tiana, but if you don't have a fast Tiana, you'd be kind of, excuse me, kind of vulnerable there. But also there's just simple ac-res check on that one. General rule of thumb for all siege period is just avoid ac-res check whenever possible. If you avoid ac-res check, you're gonna do better. Like #1 rule of siege, honestly, is just don't ac-res check. Whenever you can, don't ac-res check. That's exactly why, for example, Chung Pong is better than Poseidon, is because Chung goes 3x and Poseidon goes 1. Let's actually do this. And now we can do this. Galleon. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So you were saying, oh crap, what's her freaking name? Let me just call her. I don't even remember the Water String's name actually. But yeah, you're right. So the Galleon, Water String Teor, Galleon Speed Lead, Water String Buff Blocks, Fastest Set. You know, I don't have experience with that offense, so I'm hesitant to. I mean, I personally, my instinct is that it's trappable. My instinct is that it's trappable, but that doesn't mean at all that I'm right. It's one of those things, particularly with split concentration on stream. It's hard for me to play out all the scenarios in my head. And so without having experience with it, I definitely don't want to say whether or not it's good or bad offense. I guess we go here. Yeah. Could have just also held stacks. Could have held stacks, but I'm just gonna restack actually. Yeah. So now I actually don't need the speed buff. We'll just do this. Thing is, this offense, if you play it correctly, will never lose. So, Theo didn't proc. He procced on open. He procced on open. It just doesn't matter here. Oh, see, that was literally me just reading chat. I mean, it didn't matter, but that was bad. I was reading chat and I didn't pay attention at all to what I was doing. It's interesting, the Ophelia 2-turn invincibility buff. And yeah, now we just breach it. Okay. Didn't matter, but could have mattered. Terrible misplay. Terrible, terrible misplay. Not the type of thing you want to do. Can you copper dozer this? No, you can't get in front of the copper dozer, and Geldnir can strip. So if Geldnir strips something, then you can actually lose a monster on turn 1. Alright. I think all those are called down. Can I just... Yeah, I can... No, I can't Lucian that. I can Lucian that. 5-1. Oh, okay. 5-4. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to do something I could Lucian and not go through the whole like trying to hide stuff thing. Alright, you know what? Change to 5-5. Okay. Yeah, 5-5 is a much easier Lucian. Alright, do this. And yeah, this is Siege on stream just is not working so well for me. I am gonna try to do the inner server Guild War stuff. I'm going to try and do inner server Guild War where it's a whole lot easier. I don't have to be as worried about what offenses I show and stuff, but I think Siege on stream is just a little bit too complicated for me trying not to show offenses and stuff. So we're going to make this my last hit. We're going to go finish the reaps, and if I can get more hits after stream. So. Alright. We're going to go damage over water here, and you can let this die. You have a water over dark, right? There we go. Oh, that was anti-Lucian too. I know, well, you guys wouldn't know, but I know how much damage I didn't take right there. That was Lucian Trap Defense, which is interesting that you would put, because who would expect somebody to Lucian a Momo? I mean, I'm only doing that because I'm on stream. I would, Coco. I would generally not Lucian at Coco. So that was kind of interesting, but that was like 22, 24% at least damage down on win, because I only hit 20k cards. That was huge damage by the way. Alright, let's do this one. 16. Oh, that's a little sketch Lucian, this one. Alright, let's go. Tractor can be windy, not into the shot. Do a dozer thing? No, because that's. Oh man. I guess I Sonya this. Alright, we'll Sonya this. That's fine. Yeah, so what's the snipe here on the Sonya? You snipe the Ethna because of the speed. It's probably a Bio Ethna anyway. The odds of that being a Swift Ethna are really slow. More likely to be a Swift... much more likely to be a Swift Chandra than a Swift Ethna, but you have to guard against the... you do have to guard against the Swift Ethna, which is why I'm going to go with this on here. So we'll do this, and then... let's see here. Fight. I'm not sure that I want the attack rune on for this one because of the Ethna. I think we're going to go HP actually. Yeah, the Ethna makes me a little bit nervous here, so we're going to do it this way. And then the other two, this is just a straight rune swap. And then what did I have here? So we're actually gonna go. I almost feel like I should be damage up water because I'm killing whatever's on turn one regardless, right? So it's more about making sure we get the kill with Chandra when we're ready. So I think yeah, we go damage water. Bro, congrats on the Shihu, man. That's awesome. All right, that should be good. And then we go here. Whoops. Gladrake, what up, bro? I am 100% in agreement with you that that you cannot search units. It drives me crazy. I'm looking back and forth between two chats. It's a little bit more complicated, but I did see you say it. I just let's go S1 recovery. Yeah, we'll go S1 recovery here. That's fine. All right, I think that's fine. That should be fine. Ooh, that is a fast Ethna. Okay. So then that does solidify the decision to do this. That's a problem. That's a big problem. All right. I was lucky. Oh, crap. Came out and I missed it. Yeah, I definitely should not be doing this stuff on stream. I would not have missed that. All right. Yeah, no more attacks on stream, man. That's just bad play. That's just bad play. I easily could have lost right there because I didn't realize that the that he was out of his I don't know, his hug. All right, yeah, we are done with Siege on stream. Just restore runes. We'll do an inner server. We'll do an inner server stream at some point where I can do this a lot better. Just in general, can do this a lot better. This just doesn't work on stream. All right. Reminds me why I never bothered with Siege at high level. Yeah, I mean, the swapping is tedious, but part of it is the counters that I would have used on several of those they're already runed. So I do swap a lot of runes. Like, don't get me wrong, I swap a lot of runes. All high level Siege players do. But I didn't need to swap runes for those comps. I just didn't want to show, I can't show my normal counters on stream. It makes it complicated. That's why I said no more. I'm doing something stream. Summoned Diana yesterday. Oh, huge congrats, Chrissy. Absolutely can be used in stream. Absolutely can be used in Siege, yeah. Guys, by the way, for those who didn't catch it earlier, just a reminder, Wednesday at 12 p.m. Pacific time, so 12 p.m. global server time, I'm going to be doing a huge summon session. It's going to be over 8,000 scrolls, over 1,000 premium scrolls. It's going to be for Arthrex. And you're right. I think no. See, if I say that, then I discourage you from coming back. So it is over 9,000. It'll be over 9,000 when it's done. So that's the thing, Aggie. Nobody really knows who's aware of what counters. There's a lot of movement at high level Siege, and so most of your prior season counters are shared. But at the same time, it's this weird fine line, and one of my goals, when I start to do the Inner Server Guild War content, one of my goals for that is that I want to get people more engaged in high-level content, because I do think it's actually the best, Siege and Inner Server, I think it's the best content in the game because RTA just is so rage-inducing, and Siege doesn't have to be. At the same time, we're competing for Legend, and so giving away internal tech, it puts the guild at a disadvantage. And it's when it's not my counter, if I'm not the one who theory crafted it, especially, it's not my place to give away a counter that somebody else may have spent many hours testing and refining and things like that. So it's tricky because I can't give away somebody else's hard work, but I do want to motivate people to participate in high level Siege. And I think just watching me spam Sonya and Marinate is not going to accomplish that. And I don't know what else I can use on stream for most of these counters, so without using Skyfall tech, so it's tricky. And that's why I said no more. We tried it; it didn't really work, I don't think. So we'll do some Inner Server Guild War stuff next time instead, where we can do more fun stuff like the Max Nikki Laura was kind of fun. Rune gapping a little bit, but still kind of fun. All right, so let's see. Save counter into Dark Siri Escher Monty defense. Dark Series, so that it's hard to see. Yeah, that's another one that it's the whole thing I just talked about right now. I can't give away a Skyfall counter, and that's what I know is the Skyfall counter. So unfortunately I can't answer that question. I apologize. Do I keep in touch with Ace? I talk to Ace not as much as I'd like, partly my fault because I've been so busy with work lately. But we do still talk. I talked to him for a few hours, maybe 2 weeks ago, give or take. He's doing well. And, he moved into real estate, so he hasn't been around as much. He is still playing, but he's just playing very casual now. I think he mostly plays towards the end of the RTA seasons and doesn't push. But yeah, he still keeps up with the game.'s still playing. He's just obviously not streaming. But yeah, I would actually, it'd be nice if I had more time and him as well, but more, I gotta own this one. It's more me, the last few months in particular, November to March, I was working 80, 90 hour work weeks and 80 plus hour work weeks. And I just didn't keep in touch with anyone. So, but it was good to catch up with him a couple weeks. All right, we're going to move back to Yuno's, re-ups now. And, let me see our next re-up target. There is a Vio 6 attack on Abigail. So come over here, attack percent. For those of you joining stream late, particularly those of you who know how I re-up stuff, Yuno Reaper is basically free to play. Well, he is free to play. Confirmed, doesn't spend on the game. So when it comes to re-up sessions, oftentimes I do know if somebody is free to play, if they're a whale. Most people are somewhere in between. And I do kind of adjust my recommendations based on, I'll just say, your access to runes and re-ups. And in this case, if somebody's fully free to play, they're going to have less access to re-ups. All you get is the weekly craft for the most part in some events. So I tend to be much more conservative with them. Don't spend any more. Yeah, but it's the same result because I'm only talking about your access to stuff. It's not an attempt to call you out or anything like that. It's just access to stuff. If you don't have access to a lot of crystals, then you can't farm as much. You don't get as many re-ups, and so we just want to, we just want to use your re-ups as responsibly as we can. And so that means that basically we're not going to pump 100 re-ups into one rune. We're going to try and get as many good runes as we can. Then we're going to save your re-ups, and we're going to keep doing sessions, particularly with this event coming right now that drops so many runes, where you can just get so many runes out of the store. This actually pretty much a one and done. This is a usable rune for a 239 siege offense build. The 19 accuracy makes it a pretty decent rune. It's not the greatest thing ever, again, because of the roll into defense and because it doesn't have crit rate, but you gem in 11 speed, and this is a very useful 239 offense. It's missing, 5 accuracy, 2 HP, 2 defense, but it's basically going to be 110% rune when it's fully gemmed and grinded. And at that point, you can't really ask for much more. And the big thing here is, you guys can see, for example, unfiltered by attack. So Yuno has a total of 14 attack runes. And so we want to make all 14 of those usable. That's the goal, is so that you can do more things. And when the big re-app drops, the big re-app drops. All right, next up we've got a Belita Bio 6, also attack. So that is this rune. Now this rune, it actually has reasonably high rolls, but you would have to regem the speed, so you'd only be single grindable. You don't have that big focus. Like in that last rune that we just re-upped, 19 accuracy is a big number, even though it's not full max double or anything. That's a big number, especially because accuracy has a low roll range. This doesn't have any single big number. The HP, not super valuable here. Not on a slow rune. If it were faster, the HP would carry more value. So this is another rune that we can kind of upgrade a little bit. I mean, it doesn't matter, we're re-upping either way, but technically, this carries a lot more synergy. 12 speed, so you're faster, the 15 crit rate has nice value. I mean, in a worst case scenario here, you could actually gem out the resistance and still be well over 100% efficiency. Okay. So here I think we have to keep this, because 24 crit damage is just kind of OP. It sucks that the crit rate is a double 4, and it also is not like the most exciting thing ever that you're going to have to gem speed over defense, but efficiency isn't everything, and this is almost assuredly one of your highest overall among all runes. Crit damage subproperty, it is actually your highest overall, so that becomes a no-brainer to keep. Do I wish that it was 12 crit rate instead of 8? And this is not the highest triple, but it is a very solid triple. 24 is 28's max triple, and crit damage goes on a 4 to 7 range. So it's pretty solid overall. Just would have been nice if the crit rate wasn't double mid. Alright, so we're going to take that out of the list. We're going to take that out of the list. Next up, we've got a Will 6 accuracy that is not yet enchanted, or powered up, whatever. So that's going to be this one. And we managed to dodge speed because we wanted to re-app. Spread false counters to confuse other guilds. The problem is I would have to actually use those counters, and the bigger problem is that would make me a total dick. Yeah, do you feel that, do you like sense the trauma? I'm like so traumatized by the whole It's a Blue Rune thing that like I just spend 20 minutes now in advance talking about every rune. Alright, that is not bad. It's an accuracy rune, the crit damage. Didn't have to be crit damage. Like almost anything else, and I would have been happier. But there are speed crit rate accuracy builds. Tessarian, for example, one of many options. Clara as well. So when you're running a speed crit rate accuracy build, the crit damage is not bad, and I'm not going to be sad about not having defense here. Defense is way less valuable in the artifact world. So you gem attack over resistance, super efficient rune, 20 speed, 27 HP or whatever. Very solid. What are my criteria to keep a re-app rune? That's a great question, Bill. I don't know if anybody's ever phrased it that way before. So there's a few things that I'm looking for. First of all, you have to adjust for set. So for example, in a Swift set, I don't care about efficiency. Like if I got a 40% HP rune or something, you have to keep it, you have to, but you're only going to ever use that as a broken set. Swift monsters mostly don't want HP. I mean, it's not like they don't want HP, but it's an afterthought. A general rule of thumb is it's a little different in RTA and Siege, but generally speaking, if you're running Swift, then the whole idea is that the opponent dies before they go. And so while a little bit of HP can help on certain builds, like a Swift Ethna, for example, or Sonya, you guys probably caught that I run my Sonya tank here. For the most part, Swift, what you care about is offensive stats. So I'm not efficiency hunting on Swift. I am looking first and foremost for speed, obviously, but then afterwards I'm just looking for all damage stats, and I'm looking for good groupings and pairings of damage stats. Lots of attack, crit rate, crit damage, and speed. That'd be Swift. Rage and Fatal, it's the same thing, but without the speed. You don't care about speed really at all, because they're mostly PvE sets, or they're builds that you use for like a Fat Lucian. Whereas on a Vio or a Will set, now you're talking about fights that are generally intended to go longer. The monsters are going to hit each other on both sides, so HP matters a lot more. Defense, I prioritize much less. It's kind of a meme on my channel because I used to be the guy that was all gung-ho on defense. But artifacts are true damage, so all the additional damage on artifacts, they ignore defense, which means defense has way less value now than it used to. And so mostly I want my monsters to be around 1,000 to 1,200 defense total, which usually means plus 300 to 500. You're getting 160 off your slot 3 anyway. So defense is my lowest priority stat. For Vio, I mean, obviously for pretty much all sets except Rage, speed is your top priority. But how important the speed is really varies based on set. So for Vio, I'm looking for speed, I'm looking for HP, and I'm looking for general synergy. There are some exceptions where I would take 0 speed runes for like a Leo build or with Leo build that are really efficient, and there's some exceptions where I would take just really high damage builds, high damage runes for like a Theomarx type monster. But for the most part, with Vio, what you're looking for is speed, efficiency, and synergy. Maybe not in that order. I'd actually say what you're looking for is speed, synergy, and then efficiency on Vio, Will, those types of runes. On Despair, speed, the value of speed is still really high, but maybe not quite as critical as Vio because you need a few fast Despair sets for RTA, but maybe not as many fast sets, and accuracy tends to matter more on Despair. So part of my synergy calculation on Despair is I add weight for accuracy, drop weight for speed type of thing. And generally speaking, Destroy, you're gonna, any kind of Siege offense rune, you're basically looking for that formula of speed, synergy, and efficiency. And any kind of PvE rune, you're just looking for YOLO damage stuff. And any kind of, obviously, Swift builds, you're looking for speed and damage stuff. Types of runes to choose for your rune events. TARDIS, so if I follow your question, it's all, for me it was all Siege stuff, but I think for most people it's going to be the same. You want Vio, Will, Swift, Despair, +1. I took Rage because I'm always looking to upgrade my Lucian and always looking to upgrade my people teams. But it's basically going to be Vio, Swift, Will, Despair, +1. Yeah, you're very welcome, Necro. I used to be a huge Necro farmer, which is why I have good Rage runes. And the reason I used to farm Necro so much is because I never had mana. So for years, all I could ever do was farm Necro because I never had mana. I would farm Necro for a few days, and then I would go farm R5. And then I would farm Necro, and I would farm R5. And I couldn't get out of Necro because it was the best mana drop dungeon. Now I don't even have a Necro team because it's so slow, and because mana's not a concern anymore. And because I'm really, really deep in Will and Rage from all those years of farming Necro. Even though runes drop better and higher quality now, I farm Necro so much that they're still my deeper sets. Alright, so let me move on to the next re-up while we're talking. So we're going to go Will Attack. Necro at 30 to 40, 120 days into the game. What? Okay, so Milton, I keep an eye on my YouTube channel. In the next couple of days, probably tomorrow, but no later than the day after, I'm going to be dropping a video with cell exclusion settings. Thing is, my cell exclusion settings are super endgame, so I would strongly recommend if you're 4 months in that you way lower the stats. But I do talk about the different spots within those settings where the threshold should be lower as well. Yeah, you can get Will from Lunia and also from Lumel. I tend to farm a little bit more Lumel than Lunia because of the Destroy meta. I needed, you know, I farmed more Lumel when Destroy was like the Siege Rage, and now I have more Destroy runes that are ungrinded, so I'm still kind of trapped into Lumel. I kind of go back and forth between Lunia and Lumel now, but I was Lumel only for a very long time. All right, Will 6 in inventory. It's marked as gem. It has 29% HP. It is probably not an actual re-up target. Triple HP. Yeah, this is a really good Ciara style rune. So you got a high triple, slightly low single, max roll here, and then you gem in the speed. So this is correctly marked as gem speed. And yeah, we're not going to re-up that. I mean, the dimensional raid has made life a lot easier. You know, it was really cool that they brought in dimensional raid. I think a lot of people are like, they kind of crapped on it, but you know, I do wish you didn't have to wait a month to get the correct dungeon. I don't know if that rotation could have been done a little bit better. But the fact that they made the gems and grinds accessible was, I thought, a really big deal. So I was a huge fan of dimensional raid coming in. All right. This one is tough for me. This is basically a max double here, so there's a roll into HP or a roll gemmed out. The reason this is tough for me is because this is probably a fast rune for Yuno. As a matter of fact, it is his fastest slot 4 crit rate rune by a fair margin. So, to me, this is a re-up target. You're missing a full roll, and this is probably the most premium re-up target on your account, but it is not a re-up target today because it is your fastest rune today. What I would do with this rune personally is put blue grinds on this so that it's usable, and then I would use it until I got something better. And once I had a couple of better options, then I would re-up. But for today, we're not going to hit it because it is your best slot 4 crit rate right now. All right, there is a Ciara slot 4 crit rate. That is an interesting rune. High triple on crit damage. Gemmed in. This is good. I mean, it's not great because the defense is not a super great fit here, but then for like a Mainon or a Veligul, actually is pretty solid. Don't love the resistance innate, but overall, I mean, it's a really good rune, and there's definite uses for it, and I would not re-up it. So we're going to take that one off the list as well. All right, Vio for crit damage in inventory. This one is a good target. We finally found a good target. So we can come over here to Vio, and I thought I saw plus 12. I guess not. It's plus 15. It's not that one. It is that one. Yeah, this is a premium target. Probably the best target we've seen so far with the max innate. Crit damage doesn't get used nearly as much. Well, we're done. Actually, no, that's 2 in 1. It's 2 in 1. It's a double into HP. For being crit damage, I think this one goes a little bit further. I do really like the stat mix here. I do not like the stat mix there. I know that there's 15 speed there, but there's nothing else. It does no good. Does us no good. On this side, I really like the 15 crit rate. I kind of really want to convince myself to keep this, but it's missing over a full roll, and it has to be gemmed in speed. So now when we talk about those priorities of like what are the things that you're keeping, you know, we said we want speed, it doesn't have that. We said we want synergy, it does have that. We said it wants efficiency, it does not quite have that. And so in terms of a sliding scale, you can kind of give up one part or another, but the lack of speed combined with the missing of a roll makes it a little bit tougher. Especially when it's, you know, I came into this saying this is our, you know, first premium re-up target because it's a max accuracy innate on a, so the rune wants accuracy, it's got accuracy, so we go a little bit further with it. I think recapping lowest quality, let's see, that's not good. Every rune without speed you keep, it's a Leo rune, of course, nice. Recapping lowest quality rune of a type is always a good start. Yeah, so the only caveat I will add to that, Aggie, one thing that has slightly changed, because I always used to say, you want to keep every rune that's better than the worst rune on your account. The only caveat I want to add to that now is that if you, let me say this properly. I mean, I hate to always tie things back to spend, but it's crystal access more than spend, but spend is crystal access. It's about how much you farm. So if you farm a lot, if you have access to farm a lot, which means if you have crystals to farm a lot, then it does become very tedious cleaning out the runes at the bottom of the pile. And I raise that bar a little bit higher. If I know you're going to be farming enough that the runes will drop, then I want to see you have enough that you can do your builds now. And then I want to see you have enough that you can improve all your builds a month from now, but it doesn't have to be on a rune by rune basis. Whereas when you do not have access to farm on that scale, then you always want to be upgrading the lowest rune on your account. So now we're actually missing even more stats over here, and we're still gemming in speed. Yeah, no, this side's better. Never mind. All right. Will and Nemesis keep 3. Yeah. Well, no, it's purple. It's not blue. It's purple. But all right, that is too many re-ups into one rune, particularly one that is usable. What we're going to do is mark it as re-up, and if it drops on a build somewhere, more power to it. You just use it. If it doesn't drop on a build, then, you know, we might just circle back to it on the stream. But again, trying to be cognizant of the difficulty for getting re-ups. I don't want to burn like 100 re-ups into one rune, especially one that's already usable. How often do I rune RTA and PvE builds? PvE builds, I pretty much, I run all the fastest teams, generally speaking, so I don't need to rerun them that often. But it can take me a while because I run them all at once, where most people, like these days, most of the fast 20-second teams, people are moving runes and then doing like one dungeon at a time. I have them all built at once, and so in some cases I'm really stretched thin. And so I will continually tweak those teams for a couple of weeks until I get it more stable. RTA, I really only rerune about once every 3 seasons, basically once a year, because it's so much work. If the meta shifts dramatically, then sometimes I de-rune my box and force myself to rerune something, but it takes me about 15-16 hours to rune my box. And so I don't do a lot of reruning in RTA, which also tends to mean that, you know, every 2nd and 3rd season I am a little behind the 8 ball in that, you know, I'm not fully optimized. I should say in that the monsters that fit the meta may not always be on the best possible runes in my box. Because I may have added them to my box late without doing a full optimization. And sometimes, like Gapsu, for example, Gapsu was not properly optimized in my box because he was added after everything was built, and so then he just was kind of on what was in inventory. Wound up drafting him a fair amount when he was not on my best runes. But yeah, so I do RTA about once a year. Siege units, I do every siege season, and usually twice a season. So usually I will do a big rebuild in the off season, like after siege tournament ends, because you tend to destroy your entire box during tourney when you have to rebuild all your defenses, and I usually run 5 or 6 defenses because I have deep runes and I have lots of LDs and stuff. So I usually have to build 5 or 6 defenses, and I optimize everything. It takes me like 12 hours to prepare for a siege round, and then I'm ripping all the runes off all my monsters, and like my whole box, by the time finals is done, I barely have a single monster in my account rune properly. Lots of monsters have rune storage, that's it. And so I do one rebuild after the season, and then because there's a balance patch, I usually will do another rebuild right before siege tourney as I start to prepare for the current meta. So yeah, I mean, and that also goes to showing you like where what my focus is, what content I care about, right? So I rebuild siege units twice a season. I rebuild RTA once a year, and it's all just priority stuff from there. All right, let's see. Never happy with my builds, but it's such a headache with tuning and ticks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, there's okay. It's not not the worst thing ever. Whenever I see like a high single roll on the first thing, I get excited for what's to come because it could be a quad. I do really like, this is a near max double crit damage and a near max double speed. I just wish that the flat attack was something else, but I think it's fine. You just gem in defense. This is like an absolutely bonkers Diana rune. Well, Diana doesn't really need speed, but this is a bonkers, lots of bruiser monsters. Really love this rune. Even though you have to basically sacrifice defense here, well, sacrifice attack or defense. On the HP rune, I might actually gem in the defense because a lot of monsters HP scale. Byung-chul, for example, this is an amazing Byung-chul. He wants the accuracy, he wants the crit damage, he wants the speed. You throw some defense on him. He does technically scale to attack, but it's not a big deal. What you posted? Let's see. Oh, that's not Rehab. That's gem. What are we gemming? Gemming attack defense. Yuno, I'm not sure if you saw. I'm sure you did. I marked some of your runes wrong earlier because I didn't realize. I did not realize that you had 3 different markings for gems. So I had just found the first gem and done that. Let's see. So Avery, look at what I posted in 8895. I actually, I got disconnected earlier on stream. Everybody saw I freaked out. Oh wait, we're 8895. Okay, here we go. Ooh, that's sexy. That's pretty solid as well. I have a rune very similar to this one. The spare one, though, I do not. That's pretty sexy. Alright, let's see. How do I get my fight sets? I do farm Spiritual Realm. I farmed a lot of fire, or a lot of Rift Beasts in the past, so I had a lot of fight runes before they made fight runes easier to get. And then I did spend a few weeks farming Spiritual Realm when it first came out. Got a fair amount of fight. I was actually chasing seal runes, but I got a fair amount of fight in the process as well. And then when they do those $5 rune packs, because I'm obviously not free to play, I'm a whale. I think one of the best things in the game, if you spend a fair amount of money on the game, one of the best things in the game you can spend money on is those $5 rune packs, which with Amazon coins are $4. It gives you like 30 or 60 rune drops, and I buy fight runes with them. Or rage. I buy like a mix of fight and rage because I don't farm Necro anymore. And so at that point, like, you get such an insane amount of runes for $5. Like, it just takes care of 2 really important rune sets completely by itself. So like maybe used to be you could only do it once a month. Now you can do it every week. I don't really remember or care to do it every week, but like once a month, maybe twice, but usually once. I just go in and I'll buy like the 3 $5 packs on fight runes or 3 $5 packs on rage runes. It's like $12. It gives me something to do for an hour while I roll the runes and stuff. And yeah, so that's it. I mean, I don't need a lot more fight or rage runes. I'm pretty deep in both, but you can always get better. And so there you go. All right, that rune is done. Let's see what we've got next. We did a crit. We did not get a good roll on the crit damage rune, so we'll go back to that one. And then there's another HP rune here with 48 defense flat. That rune's done. Oh, maybe we did it already. Okay, I guess we did. Oh, that's because I didn't get rid of the unlock. Okay, there we go. So lock state unlocked. There we go. Do I use seal for anything? I do actually. Is it helpful? Kind of. Maybe, I don't know. I use seal on 3 monsters. I use seal on, I mean, I guess the monsters don't really matter here. I use seal on monsters that disable, basically. So there's 3 specific builds. One of them is Camilla. And, yeah, monsters that have a disabling effect with low cooldown or that have AoE disabling. Usually you're going to use it with Despair or with a monster that does some sort of strip into stun or something like that. Because the thing with seal is that you can cleanse it. So, for example, if you seal a Lulu, it can't proc, but it can cleanse it, and then it can proc right after it cleansed it, so it doesn't matter. But if you disable and seal a monster, then it can't proc out of the disability. So I don't use... I use, for example, in RTA, I use seal on Artemil. He's Despair Seal. And then in Siege Offense, I use it on, I think, 3 monsters. Like I said, Camilla's one. The other 2 are both, honestly, not needed. So that the reason I'm not naming them is because they're not needed. Like, it's just what builds they have, but totally unnecessary. But Camilla's the main one. And then, like I said, for RTA Artemil, I do like the seal build. It's kind of, I mean, it's only technically a 3% chance, I think. I mathed it out once. It's around 3% to land strip, stun, and seal. So that's not a lot, and at the same time, it means it's 1 time in 30. And if the enemy procs once every rotation, which is technically what should happen, if they act 4 times, they should proc once. So if the enemy takes 5 turns, that means once every 6 rotations, I should get a strip, stun, seal. And then when they're not running immunity, the numbers do go a little bit higher. It's 15% of 25. So, you know, 4%. But like it's 4% of the time that you get a stun seal, and the seal itself is not always bad. Like for example, if you seal a despair monster, it can't proc out of the seal and it can't despair you while it's sealed. So for a monster like Artemil, it makes a lot of sense for me. Alright, so there are a bunch of slot 2 attack percents. Most of the Vile ones I don't really want to do, but I don't mind doing the Will ones, and I'll tell you why. It is because, well, this one is just a sell. Honestly, this is just a sell because of the HP innate. We're never going to re-app it, and it's quite literally impossible, unless it quads crit damage, for this to be usable. Actually, maybe, eesh. You know what? This might actually be an upgrade for your Fat Lucian build. Alright, that last hit kind of sucked. Had we gotten crit damage one more time, theoretically you could have gemmed in crit rate, but yeah, I mean it's basically the same. There's really if this doesn't land on Fat Lucian, and it won't because there's no crit rate, then there's no use. Alright, this one is not a re-app target because there's no innate, but let's roll it. This, I mean, you could maybe squeeze this onto a Tessa or something. The resistance, Zing Zay, something like that. I don't think you have to sell it. It's not a good rune. 2, 1, I mean, it's on the cusp. I sell it, but I don't think you have enough runes, to be honest. Just in terms of general depth, you know, we kind of talked about that whole, like, always replace the worst rune on your account thing. I think you can keep this for now. Later on, you would definitely sell it. But for the time being, I would keep it. Because it could find a home, it could find a use. All right, so this is the one I was saying I don't mind re-apping this because it can have PvE application as well as PvP. And so when a rune has multiple uses, there's a lower bar for us to accept the re-app. Seal 2 turns, would that be OP or not? Would seal... That's interesting. I feel like I would rather just see seal not be cleansable. But I don't know if that would make it OP also. The thing is, the weakness of seal is the fact that it can be cleansed. So 1 turn, 2 turn, I don't see that changing it very much. I think it's the same thing either way. I don't know if it was uncleansable, if it would be... like. So here would be my counter argument. If that were the direction we were going to go to balance it, I would rather see it land more often than have a longer duration. Reduce the RNG, because I'm not convinced that 2 turns actually makes that much of a difference. I mean, it does on a Despair monster, to be fair, so it gives it more of a specific role to play. Also on a Revenge monster, so like sealing a triple Revenge Vertihal for 2 turns could be pretty OP. Or a Despair Chung. But it's so RNG based at 15%. I don't know. I'm kind of torn. I don't know that you get I don't know that you really get enough difference. I don't know that it's different enough in most cases for that to be that big of a change. I mean, it lasts twice as long, it's twice as good, but I don't know if that fixes the fundamental issue of the fact that it can be cleansed. And if it could not be cleansed, it might be broken, especially because you could have like triple seal monsters that land it consistently. So I don't know if having it not cleansable would also break it. So I might rather see them just increase the proc rate to like 33. Wow, that would be pretty cracked. Yeah, maybe increase the proc rate to 33%, but make it so it doesn't stack. So you can't run triple seal, or like 35%, I don't know. 25, probably start 25 and then move up from there. But yeah, I think for me, I think that's how I would like to see it addressed, is to increase the activation rate. That's unfortunate. That could have been pretty nice. Still this side's better. Okay, we'll take that. PvE application, like I said, this rune could have PvE or PvP application. It's technically still PvP application on like a Theomars if you gem in speed. But me personally, I think I would gem crit damage over the accuracy. Yeah, I think I would gem crit damage over accuracy and make it a straight PvE rune. You can make a case for going over flat attack as well, but I mean, you put crit damage over accuracy, and this probably means that that whole Lucian build that I just ran was pointless, because this would most likely land on your Lucian, unless he wound up in a blade build. Let's see. Yeah, he wound up in a blade build, so never mind. Wow, big damage jump too. I never showed you the final outcome, but it's like a 30% increase in his damage. Takes Julie, Kali, Odin, Vertihile, Ralph, and Ocean. Okay. Alright, anyway, yes, this I would gem crit damage into. Let's see what our next target is. Let's see. I mean, you could really go all in and gem it over the defense percent, but I think that's overkill. I think just changing out the accuracy is fine. See, the thing is, from a PvE application, you want crit rate, crit damage, accuracy. Flat attack has value. But while some PvE units don't care at all about speed or effective HP, some do care about effective HP. Most don't care about speed. Like, most of the time, you only need 20 to 40 speed, so you can find it anywhere. But the effective HP kind of helps to have it spread throughout all the rings. So, yeah, I think we just go crit damage over accuracy. I'm not convinced that I want to use a legend here. Maybe? I guess so. It's crit damage. It's not a high demand gem. You don't actually get to use that in that many places, so this is probably the way to go. There you go. That actually was very worthwhile. Don't worry, Yuno, don't worry. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. You know that. All right, this is also worthwhile. All right, well, it wasn't worthwhile, but very solid PvE offense rune. That's a huge upgrade for someone somewhere. Or honestly, the Fat Lucian. The thing is, the Fat Lucian, every build was a blade build, which means that you're probably lacking crit rate. Granted, this makes up a lot of crit rate, but it probably doesn't make up enough to force him onto it. Alright, let's see here. So then there is an HP 855 flat on Will again. We already did that one, right? Nope, we did not. Okay. So this one is a viable target as well. That's like the worst white rune I've ever seen. I mean, seriously, that was brutal. You know, I'm gonna mention this. Somebody asked me on a stream replay comment. Well, they didn't ask me. They told me, Chris, no, this is Yuno Reappraisal account. So on it was a replay. It was a comment on a replay of my last Reapp stream. They said that it triggered them the fact that I do not close this menu. So I'll let you guys know. If you notice, I clicked off the first one where it asked if I was sure. Like I did the don't show this today, where it asked if I was sure that I wanted to re-app. So I get rid of the first warning option. The reason I leave the second warning option up is just as like derp protection. So if somehow I click the wrong thing, I just have a split second to like yank my hand away and move the mouse cursor before I lock in the re-app. I usually, to be honest, click this off on my own account, but when I am re-apping for someone else, it would kill me if I screwed something up, like accidentally missed a 30 speed rune or whatever. And that's the reason I keep this on. Alright, so 16 section. Okay, and yeah, right side is better, doesn't matter because both sides are unusable. Well, right side is better, and now I think we're in the same situation I talked about earlier, where, yeah, chat distraction protection is probably the better way to say it, considering I made 2 nasty misplays in those siege things I did. I mean, granted, one of them didn't really matter because the fight was already over and I was just reading chat. The second one really did matter. Like, missing the fact that that shun came out of its hug and missing the chance to snipe that shun, that's a terrible misplay. And that was 100% just me reading chat and not paying attention. So, let's see. This is the situation I talked about earlier, where I'm gonna guess that is now your fastest slot's tied for fastest slot 2 HP rune. And I think you keep this. So I don't think you keep this long term. I think you keep this right now because it's an immediate upgrade over what you have. So in this case, what I would do, and I'm gonna do this just to guide you. Again, I just put blue grinds on this because at some point in the future, you're gonna, well, you don't have blue grinds, so you can put a hero here, especially because it's speed. But at some point in the future, you're gonna re-up this thing. But for the time being, I don't jam grinds in. But what I would do is gem in the defense percent here. It's actually a very tanky rune, very usable support rune. It is also a good re-up target. But we don't have to re-up it today. So you put the defense percent in, you use this rune for as long as it remains your best slot 2, and then once you drop better slot 2s, you come back and you re-up it again. So that's pretty much how I would treat this rune right now. It's not super efficient. I mean, it's literally like, you guys all know how traumatized I am by blue runes. It's not blue, technically, because the accuracy's got a half full, but it's blue and a half. I mean, it's missing a lot of stats. You've had to grind the flat defense. It's not a good rune by any means, but it's your fastest. Tied for your fastest slot 2 HP. It's your fastest will rune, so you keep it. I did not lose the siege attack, Chris, but I definitely could have. I was really struggling to do intelligent siege attacks that did not show guild tech, and then while I was doing these not quite intelligent siege attacks, I was reading chat and I made a couple of misplays. One of them I really could have lost. I mean, I needed the enemy to I needed the defense to proc a few times because it was 3v2 on a Sonya cleave, but the shun, it was into a Chandra something shun. I sniped the something. And then the shun, you know, the light shadow caster, Chandra hugged the shun, which was tanky. The shun got going a little bit. It came out of hug, and I was reading chat, and I missed a chance to snipe it. And Chandra very easily could have reapplied the hug right there. And then, you know, shun can wipe out an entire team. I was already lucky to oblivion it. It was just a bad counter in general that I only did because I was on stream, and then I misplayed a bad counter. So after that, I just decided no more doing siege on stream. It's too complicated. I do want to start doing inner server guild on stream. I don't think it's nearly as complicated for me to do those, and I think it would make for fun content. Hopefully, get some people motivated to get involved in high level content. But I feel like just me doing really cheesy cleaves in siege and stream is not gonna have that outcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I won't finish the season undefeated. I've never done a 100% season. I've never come close to 100% season, but so far I'm undefeated this season, and I haven't done anything tryhard yet. It's just all cleaves. It's just while all the tourney level guilds are reorganizing, it's a different thing right now. It's a different thing. We'll leave it at that. All right, grade. We're gonna come over here. Grade. This is the rune. This is not the rune. Is it Vile? It's Vile. Yes, we have had one person go close to 300-0 for a season. Had a handful of people have 100% seasons, but they didn't have like, you know, they had some bench sieges and stuff. So 150 to 200. The guy who went 300-0, I think he was actually almost 3 straight seasons without a loss. Somewhere in that range. He was close to 3 seasons without a loss. All right, we're gonna come back to this one, but we're not gonna do it. Oh, we're gonna break it. 69 is a magical number, man. This is gonna be 28 speed right here. Yeah, it's gonna be 4 speed right here. That's close. Opposite end of the spectrum. We're gonna do 5 more, and then we will just give up on this rune if it doesn't want to pop. All right, this would be it. Last chance? Definitely not. All right. So what I will do is leave this marked Reapt, but I suspect you're going to wind up using it. So it's not a bad thing. It's really not a bad thing to just leave that one on. All right, we got a Will 6 accuracy unrolled. Looks like I did that one already, so we're going to mark that. We've got a Will 4 attack on JoJo. We did that at the start. We did. So that one's done. We've got a Will 6 accuracy with 29 flat attack. Which it looks like we did that one already and I forgot to mark it. Okay. And we've got a Vio 2 attack with defense innate. So I'm not going to do that. Not a premium target. Vio 4 crit rate with resistance innate. I'm almost positive we did that one already. Almost positive we did that one already. Maybe not. Is this a target? So you gem in speed. Crit rate runes don't all have to be super fast, but 11 speed crit rate runes a little harder to use. What kind of monster would want high offense, slightly tanky crit rate without a lot of speed? 239 Tessa comes to mind immediately. 239 Zingzay. You could actually gem in defense percent or accuracy and put this on a Helena with a Leo. Nana would not usually be on Vio, but yeah. What up, Dad Volvo? How you doing, bro? Oh man, SW's changed a lot. It's 10th anniversary right now too. So if you're not playing a lot right now, even if you don't, plan to stick around or whatever, hop on right now and get yourself like 1 billion free scrolls and just get a quick adrenaline hit. Have fun for a day. Diana mostly would want crit damage or crit rate with really high stacked HP. But I mean, it could work on a Diana. I think there's enough use cases that Oh, that's fair, bro. That's fair. I can't say anything about that. Family first. I think there's enough use cases that, again, I probably wouldn't push the re-app for this one. So we're going to go, there's another Will 2 attack, but that's defense innate. We're not going to hit that. There is a Vio 2 attack. And it's got 27 crit damage, so we're definitely not going to hit that. There's another Vio 2 attack that's pretty weak. But like I said, the Vio 2 attacks are not really top of my list for re-app targets. However, we are starting to run thin on targets. However, this is usable. It's not great, but it is usable, and it's not my first choice for a target. It's got 14 speed. It's going to be hard to get a big upgrade on this, so I think we probably skip this one. Oh yeah, there you go. So if you log in, you get to choose your own Nat 5. But I mean, I get it, family first, but if you, one night, you can't sleep at 2 a.m., you just need a, quick adrenaline hit's probably not a good thing for 2 a.m. So, yeah. But yeah, there is a choose your own Nat 5 event going on right now. What up, Pure Luck? How you doing, man? I appreciate that. I'm glad hearing that. I haven't streamed much lately. I am streaming, I made this announcement a couple of times, Wednesday, guys. Wednesday at 12 p.m. Pacific, which is not normal for me. But Wednesday at 12 p.m. Pacific, because we're doing it for somebody on EU server. 8,000 scrolls. 8,000 scrolls, which is either the largest or second largest summoning session in Summoners War history. There's 1,000 premium scrolls in the session. Gonna be a long session, gonna be a long stream, gonna be a fun stream. I hope. He's got like 10 years of Summoners War without an LD5, so to be able to drop even just one would be amazing. To drop more than one, oh man, I would so love to see that happen. So fingers crossed. 10-year anniversary. You know, he's been doing a lot of videos lately. How many LD scrolls? He gave me a count. Hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I've got a recent count from him. Alright, where's the scroll? The last scroll count he gave me. That's one at LD5s. Sorry, the microphone. I know it looks weird, like the way my head's bobbed. The microphone is blocking my Discord, so I guess I could just move the Discord. Alright, let's see. Can I just search for LD scrolls? Maybe. LD scroll. That's not gonna work. Search for scrolls. Turn scrolls. Here we go. Okay, so 63. So he didn't give me a breakdown on Legendary. The last one, I've got one from him when he was at 6,300 scrolls. Keep in mind, he's going to be well over 7,000 when we start, and then we have all the refund stuff. When he was at 6,300 scrolls, he said he had 1,000 scrolls that were combined LD, Legendary, and Event. So 1,000 scrolls alone combined LD, Legendary, and Event. But I don't have an exact count on the LDs isolated. And then there's going to be hundreds of 10-year scrolls, which every 10-year scroll is basically half an LD scroll. If you look at the summon rates, they're basically half an LD scroll. Izu, thank you very much, bro. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad to see you on stream. I don't know. So that I've talked to Jubagel maybe twice ever. I don't know him personally. I don't have any idea what his plans are. I was starting to say I've seen him doing more videos lately, but I don't know what he's planning. And then I got distracted in the middle. So yeah, I have no idea what his plan is. I hope for the sake of the community that he changes his mind and continues. Maybe not full time, because I saw, we all saw his video. I know he doesn't have the time. He's working a full-time job. He's like me, give or take, like where I just really struggle to find the time to do everything. So I understand how challenging it is. For the community's sake, I really hope he sticks around. I think he's really, really important for the community. But fully understand what it's like trying to juggle all this stuff. Quit full-time job and hang out all day. Would love to do that. Honestly, would love to do that. But I think I got $48 last month from YouTube. So that, in California, that buys exactly 2 Whopper combos right now. And so it doesn't quite, the math just isn't quite there. I got a family to support as well. And so this is it's always been for fun. It used to be to try and contribute to used to be that I would try and cover some of my Summoner's War spend with streaming and stuff. That obviously hasn't worked in a long time. So now it's mostly just for fun, a chance to hang out with people. I am gonna do a sponsored bit on Wednesday, I'll admit. But they don't, it's the same thing. It's not. it would buy me six Whoppers instead. So I live in Mexico. I am very happy here. I live just south of the San Diego border. So I said California. Let's see. What do you mean you can't live on $42? Yeah, I know. Priorities are skewed. Even in Mexico, my rent is 50 times 42, give or take. 60 times 42, give or take. So yeah, it would take me 5 years of streaming to pay 1 month of rent. That's actually pretty close on the math. Assuming I'm not paying any utilities, just rent. All right, let's head back to the re-ups. Okay, lost my optimizer window here. Where is it? There we go. Congrats on Rift scores. Wow, that is 15 months ago, man. They reset them all after that stream where I took first in every Rift. They reset them all, and now I don't have it. I've never done it again since. Might be fun to do it sometime. Might be a fun stream to do it sometime. But as it stands right now, yeah, I'm just farm teams only. Going good though, man. Going good. How you doing? Story of my curse: 1,000 scrolls, 240 tenure, 0 LD4s or 5s, and a dupe of the dude. That the dupe is like maybe the worst of it. That sucks, man. That really sucks, Mojo. I hope it turns for you soon, man. I know how long it's been, and like the days of me being able to say like you're lucky for the Gianna. I mean, dude. I really hope it turns for you. I really do. That just sucks. Right. Yuno Reaper. That's it. I did actually get the Ragdoll, bro. Alright, I'm gonna show you guys. Hang on, man. We're gonna jump over to man, this is such Wojo, I apologize for the timing, man. I'm reading 2 different chats and the timing of that. Definitely, I apologize for this, Wojo. Because it's not my intention. Like the segue here is really bad, but so I gotta show you the I mean, I know it comes off as gloating. It's excitement, man. It really is, because I had years and years and years of bad luck. Especially, I mean, even when I had like a decent number, like my first handful of LD5s, with the amount I've spent in this game and the amount of LD scrolls I summoned for years, I was way behind it. It's my first 2,000 LD scrolls, I had one LD5. The last 9 months, well, 10 months, since July, I've summoned like 14 LD5s, and not just like LD5s. I've pulled Arda, I've pulled Gianna, I've pulled Rag, I've pulled the Yulong, I've pulled the Maximilian, was my most recent one, the Dark Yennefer. I pulled 2 Devarajas, I fed one, which is why I have the LD blessing right now. Pulled the Ziana, pulled quite a few others. It's been just the most unreal freaking run. Like, seriously, it's been absolutely insane. I pulled all the logo monsters. I pulled Asima. I pulled, like, it's been absolutely insane. So it started in July. I pulled the Ragdoll in, technically it started in May. I pulled Sylvia in May. Then I pulled Ragdoll in July, and from that point I was pulling like a good LD5 every 6 weeks, and then it just went bonkers in November. In November I pulled like 9 LD5s in like 3 months. Tian Lang, the Laura was old, and when I had Laura she was F tier, so Laura got buffed. So it wasn't technically a new pull, but Laura went from being F tier to being really, really strong as part of her buff. I did pull the Tian Lang. And then the Maximilian was like the rounding out of everything, because the one thing I did not have was actually a good LD5 speed lead. The thing with the Maximilian, and I was super stoked for him. I am super stoked for him. The only thing I'll say, I still don't have a good LD5 speed lead that fits most of my comps, because the max meta is starting to pass a little bit because of Kellyan Bao, and yeah, Pontos is not a good LD5 speed lead. He is an LD5 speed lead, and he can be good in certain situations, but he's not spammable because he is super, super weak to Juno, and Juno is in basically every draft that I see. So the thing is, Pontos just did not function as an LD5 speed lead for me. He can work in some situations, but he didn't fit the role that the Max could fit. Now the thing with the Max is, you know, Kellyan Bao kind of moved us past the Max meta. Too many people are built to counter him, and there's a lot of counters for him. He's still a really strong unit. So like I said, don't want this to come out wrong at all. He's still a really strong unit. But to draft Maximilian, you pretty much have to run a closed comp. Like, there's not a lot of variations. You run a very specific team built around him. So he doesn't work as much as a pivot, like as a flex pick, which means that I have to build a team specifically for him. And I will do that at some point. I did that earlier and played around with it for a while, and it was fun. But he's probably not going to be like the LD5 speed lead that I need to spam into every draft. But he is going to be a very fun LD5 speed lead that I can use frequently, if that makes sense. I have not gotten G3. I probably never will get G3 at this point. I accept it. I understand myself. What it comes down to, my take on it, I believe I understand draft sequencing, draft strategy, monsters well enough to compete at a low G3 level. I don't think I know RTA anywhere near enough to compete at an SWC level. I have the runes to compete at a low to mid G3 level. I have the speed to compete at a mid G3 level. I have the arties to compete at a G2 level. My arties are a little behind. But I mean, overall, I think a really good player would have no problem making G3 with my account. But I hate turn 1, man. I hate CC. And even if I try and do it, my brain literally shuts off and wanders. I just get to do 1,000 fights of CC. I'm not capable of it. I think I understand the strategy. I'm not a great turn 1 player because I've never done it, but it wouldn't be that hard for me to learn it. I mean, it takes some time. I'm not trying to minimize it, but I can't do it. Like, I literally just can't do it. I get too bored. I get too frustrated with the RNG, and it's never going to happen. And I don't think I'm good enough to make turn 2 on a straight bruiser. You have to have some sort of pivot. There's only like 2 guys, I think, in the game. Maybe 3, actually. There's 3, and one of them's free to play. But I can only think of 3 guys in the game that can make G3 on a pure turn 2 account. Both of them have a couple of LDs that I'm missing that are really important for a pure turn 2. But it's not about the LDs. I've got more than enough LDs. I've got more than enough monsters, so I don't even want it to come off like an excuse. They do really creative stuff that are ahead of the meta, and I don't have enough time to dedicate to that. Whether or not I'm good enough to get to that level of creativity, I don't know, and I'm not going to try and say I am, but I know I don't have enough time to get into the niche creative builds that these guys do that allow them to compete. So one of them, Cytex, he might even be on stream right now. You guys might see a video on him. He's a free-to-play player that made G3. He did it with like a triple defense built Oberon and drafts that were designed specifically to draw out a Sonya. And he ran a core of like Veligul and all these funky monsters that you will never see most people drafting. Incredibly smart, creative drafts. Could I come up with that? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to say I can. I'm not going to say I can't. I know I don't have the time to do the insane amount of testing that it takes anymore. So my box and my runes easily could make G3 if I just built a turn 1 team and could focus, but I can't. Me as a player, I don't know. The highest I've gotten was rank 342. Last season, I didn't even bother. I took a G1 and like I was like, okay, I'm safe. I'll stop. And that was it. All these wings you see last season, most of them were just like me while I was working on phone calls, in Zoom meetings, killing time, like not try-harding, nothing. I did a climb in the last 2 days. I pushed up to safe G1. So I don't know. I don't think I'll ever finish G3. I don't know if I'm capable of doing so or not. I'm certainly not going to say I can when I don't know if I can, but I know my account. I know my account. Yeah, so there is Punisher now. So they added Punisher in between Conqueror and G3. And so there's now Punisher 1, 2, 3. So those blue stars represent Punisher 3. I'm actually like rank 1000, I think. And so that would normally be like G2, just on the edge of G2, just under. But because I don't have enough points, it's sitting in Punisher. Level 100, so you can go up to level 100 now. Towers are also no longer a thing. You automatically get all your towers when you reach level 50. Can't stand playing in 1,000 matches, praying for a Vio proc. Yeah. Yeah, and I get it, Wojo. I mean, the reality is we are in the most balanced, I think, meta we've ever had. Layla is kind of broken. I think Layla is really broken. But there's not a whole lot of units that are completely broken and imbalanced. I mean, I don't think there's anything that's doing like 54% win rates. And there are more monsters being used. Like, hats off to Com2uS. We have the most balanced meta we've ever had. They achieved it by putting the most RNG to the game that we've ever had. And that diminishes my enjoyment of RTA. I love how much balance we have. I hate how much RNG we have. But I think 99% of even G3s could only make G3 if they had effective bruiser and CC pivots. That's just I think where we're at now. Because the game is so balanced, you have to have both. And I've got the bruiser, but I don't play the CC pivots correctly. Hagang is only broken in one isolated situation, which is first picking Hagang with Layla comps behind. Maybe to a lesser extent, like the Gani Hathor Duman. but mostly it's the Hagang first pick with the Layla behind, because you're taking away the primary Layla counter. Outside of that, I don't find Hagang to be overly broken. I find him to serve a role that's necessary and more or less balanced, because like Robo's counter Hagang really. Moore doesn't super well counter him, but he counters him a little bit. Like Hagang has counters. For a monster to be broken, it has to not really have counters, or have counters that are blockable. And by that, what I mean is, like, if you can take the only counter the monster has and integrate it into your draft. For example, the season that Sean B finished G3 by drafting when he got his Gianna, and he drafted Gianna Hagang all season, when Hagang was the only real counter to Gianna. And a lot of players did that, obviously. Sean B has the most notoriety among them, right? But Gianna was broken because her only real counter could work with her. That's kind of where Layla stands right now. Like, her major counter for the Layla comps is the Hagang, and the Hagang works so perfectly with the Layla comps. But it doesn't stand true as much for Hagang, who does actually have multiple counters. He just feels broken when you take him away from the person who wants him to counter your other monsters. If that makes sense. Smicer is really strong, but Veramos, Tetra, and Juno all absolutely obliterate Smicer. So does Tessa to a lesser extent. So I think Smicer is really strong because she counters the meta, but she's not really strong as a monster in and of herself. Like, if you have a box built to counter Smicer, you will have no problem with Smicer. She has lots and lots of counters. But if you're trying to play the meta, then Smicer feels strong because she counters. That's my take on it, I guess. All right. Becomes broken because, like, yeah. So, for example, if Omduat got a slight buff, and you have to be careful with Omduat not to overbuff it. You really do, because he's on the edge right now. But if Omduat got a slight buff, he could probably serve more of the Hagang role, but then, there's the point that he's Hall of Heroes, and everybody has him, and I don't know if it diminishes things. I think in general, I agree with you. We just need another Hagang-like unit, so that people can't directly steal him. But yeah, on the other hand, I hate calling for more duplication, because that's part of what brings us into this whole RNG thing right now. And if you had a second Hagang-like unit, they'd probably just take Hagang and the other Hagang-like unit and then run it with Layla. That's always been part of the issue with the game, is if you have broken pairings, you just have broken pairings. And it doesn't always require either individual monster to be broken, it's the pairing. Just like Adriana and Sonya is absolutely broken in Siege. Adriana, really strong. Sonya, really strong. I don't think I would call either of them broken in a vacuum, but the two of them together is absolutely broken. Either of them in a vacuum are OP, either of them in a vacuum are triple S tier, just to be clear. But I wouldn't be saying like either of them needed a nerf. Sonya has very distinct and direct counters, ranging from F meta to, like, monster-wise, you can run an Ethna, you can run a Mei Wang, but also build-wise, you can run triple defense. If she's not starting with attack buff and speed buff, you don't even need triple, you just need double defense. So Sonya has counters. Adriana has counters. Sonya, Adriana together is really the only thing that counters that is Ethna, for the most part. Doesn't my Tian line counter Layla pretty well? No, Tian line will never take a turn against him. Absolutely. Because he's gonna be sitting with 5 debuffs, so even if he does take a turn, he won't do anything. He's gonna be silenced, he's gonna be glancing, he's gonna be attack broken, and it's like, even if he gets a turn, he won't do anything. Plus, Layla is typically run with Tomo, and then a lot of times either a Chung Pung or a Xiana, Maximilian, something like that. And so they're just taking away your attack bar faster than you're gaining it. Generally speaking, Layla was the monster I lost into most last season. A 68% loss rate into Layla. On the rare occasions that I managed to beat Layla, it was mostly just bringing in faster reset monsters and banning the Tomo. That was pretty much the only thing I could do, but it was very ineffective. Part of that is that I did not have all the best monsters to counter Layla Rune, which goes back to what I said earlier about me only running my box every 3 seasons. So, part of it is, honestly, you need some more stuff like Wind Robos and more CC stuff that I have a Wind Robo Rune, but it's Nemesis. And, but I mean, like Dark Robo and just more stuff that can actually stop Layla from getting turns. I didn't have that stuff. So Layla Tomo is cracked. I honestly haven't seen that much Layla without Tomo. I think Layla Chungpung is just as strong as Layla Tomo, but it lacks the speed lead, so it makes it harder for you to first pick the Heigang. And then Heigang becomes a direct counter. So I think that Layla probably should still be in a lot of your drafts. I have seen, that's, you know, to be fair, I've seen a lot of Layla drafts that did not involve Tomo, but most of them did involve other high debuffing LDs. So you can avoid the Tomo just by bringing in something that's like a really high frequency debuffer, because it'll still constantly feed Layla, but you do want to find one of those to be a speed lead. So that's where the Maximilian Nefties, I see those both a lot with Layla kind of replacing the Tomo slot, just in, you know, better versions of Tomo to a certain extent. Because Tomo has the attack bar cycling that's really brutal. I would argue that in that specific instance, Tomo's better than Max or Nef, but Max is probably better than Nef, and Nef would be third, even though I would put Nef over Max in most comps, but in the Layla comp, I would put Max over Nef. But either way, I mean, you're talking about LD5s, but basically just find a lot of units that do high frequency debuffing, and you'll be fine. Like, Yuno gets countered by Layla. You can't run a Yuno into Layla. Veramos, if it doesn't take a turn, which in most of these comps it will not, doesn't counter Layla. Tetra, same thing. I mean, Tetra more so because of all the volume of buff blocking and everything else. You can't even direct cleanse. If your Tetra gets a turn with skill 2, it can't even direct cleanse. So kind of like Chris said right there, Layla just runs everything over. That's the bottom line. All right, Yuno Reaper, bro. I've been talking for a long time while staring at your screen. What I did not actually say, I started to say this, and then I went to a long. The reason I'm not re-apping anything else is because there's nothing else to do. So we have hit the end of the targets, and that's kind of why I'm just staring at your screen right now. We have 64 re-apps left, so we only used about half the re-apps, but we hit what I think were all of the viable targets. And kind of to what we were talking about earlier, I'd rather save these, and I'm happy to schedule another re-app session for you in a couple of months, rather than burn your re-apps. So reach out to me. We'll set something up in a couple months. I can put it, 64 re-apps. I'll put it on another stream. It doesn't have to be a dedicated stream. But I'm fine with. I'd rather not burn re-apps. All right. So the last thing that we said we would do for Yuno is we said we would build him a couple of siege offenses. We said we would work on him for a couple of teams. I will do a couple of, Chris, I can do a couple of RTA matches at the end. I'm going to do a little bit of siege content for Yuno first real quick. Do we have skill ups? Only one. To be fair, that's totally fine. You can run Mirane unskilled, because the reality is you're going to win or lose in turn 1. What I would generally recommend is that you 6-star her. But in this case, I think she needs to be leveled normally because you don't have the Rainbow Mon. So I'm not going to 6-star her. I'm just going to say she should be 6-starred before you use her. Part of that, and I'm gonna switch over to XG real quick just to show you what she should look like when she's done. Let me just check. Can I get attacks in after stream? Probably not. Could I just mirror one more thing? Just gotta hit in somewhere. Yeah. All right, that's fine. All right, so your Miri. Wait, is there hits? I want hits. 2. Oh, we're FFA. Okay. We'll go 7-1. We'll go 7-3. What's this? Wedge? Okay, we'll go 7-5. Guys, excuse me while I Miri. Actually, so this is perfect, because I'm actually going to show you basically what you're going to be doing with this team. But this also works out perfectly because then I can show you the reason I say that you want to 6-star the Miri is because she actually does really good artifact damage. By the way, a little trick for you guys, for anybody who does have to do a lot of rune swapping. All the runes that you will frequently change, mark them with a 5, and it is so much easier to find those runes. So this is kind of like, and I haven't optimized her in a while, maybe I can get better artifacts on now, but it's basically the gist. I mean, you can see attack plus lost HP, so definitely with artifacts, but you know, she's going to do a lot of damage with her S2, which is 3 hits and gives a stun, so she gives you a lot of cleanup utility, and that is quite important. Pulling Light Monkey from a random 10-year scroll. Huge congrats on Light Monkey. I will be honest, he is still really strong. He's still one of the highest win rate monsters, but I don't know his best pairings at the moment. I would suggest that you go into RTA and search for his replays and look at how he's being paired right now. I mean, generally speaking, it's going to be CC comps, but yeah, for arena offense, definitely Wojo. I do that as well. Where'd that Dova go? Oh, here he is. There we go. Okay. Still kind of sad. I'm kind of sad I didn't take QD in the Blessing, but it was also probably the right choice. It's sad that I don't really use the Devaraja either. We're using the third to last Lucian. That's this one. I guess we go damage on light. Huh. Okay, I think I may be getting my first loss of the season here. Yeah, I think I just got my first loss of the season. Wow. Okay then. Can't say I've seen that one before, but that is what happens when you marry a Carcano. So, fair enough. No, it wasn't a tanky Carcano, it was a procky Carcano. Alright, well now I'm kind of irritated, so I guess we'll go back in with, I mean, we can just, it's freaking free team too. I should have just fanged it in the first place. Yeah, but I mean, that has nothing to do with Vio and everything to do with bad offense. Let's be real. I was just using a weak cleave. I mean, that literally, this offense I'm running right now will never lose. Literally, I could run this offense like a million. Well, all right. To be fair, this is probably not the greatest counter either. This was just a slight tilt reaction. This is not a good defense. This is definitely not a good defense. There are many offenses here that will never lose. This is not one of them actually. The bang, you know, it's this was just me rushing back, but. It's a bad defense. It doesn't lose because of procs. I didn't lose because of procs. I lost because of bad offense. That's the difference. That is the whole difference right there when it comes down to RTA versus Siege. If you lose an RTA, most of the time you lost because of RNG. If you lose in Siege, you lost because of bad offense. 100%, it was bad offense. It was nothing else. Like, I'm on stream and I forced a really weak Mirane offense. That's all that was. So a better version of this team right here, and there are plenty, would just be, I mean, you bring the Leo to nerf the Elsharian, and then I just bring something to snipe the Carcano. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So moves. Which of my new LDs do I use the most in RTA? Ragdoll. Definitely Ragdoll. And is Jillian still my favorite monster? Yeah, most likely. Alright, well, now we may as well just, what was that? 7-4. Alright, let's go to 7-4. No, it's Carcano, yeah. How much sustain does he have? Not a ton. He should be fine. Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but it is what it is. Like, I'm a little sad about it, but, you know, like I said, it's bad offense. I did not need to take that hit. I did not at all need to force that. So it was just where I'm stream. I was like, yeah, I can run a Miri and show Yuno what his new Miri is going to do. And instead, you know, that's how it always works too. Whenever you try and force a monster to show what it's going to do, I mean, there's a reason why you say you're forcing the monster. So it was still kind of sick. The cycling of that Carcano was sick, but no, there was no distraction there. There was no distraction there. There was none of that. It was what it was. Let's do this. Alright, I think we'll just take out the Kark first. Let's slow him though. Yeah. I'll be honest, Wojo. So, like, if I was truly, it's not your fault at all, bro. If I was truly tryharding in this siege, there's no way that I lose one. If I truly tryharded all season, there's no way I lose one, and that's with unlimited procs. If they took procs out of siege right now, it would be the end of tournament level siege. It would be so ridiculously boring and so ridiculously pointless. Like, if they limited it to one proc, there's no way that any tourney level Sage player loses another match ever again. And it would just be utterly pointless to even continue playing. I would just stop on the spot. There'd be no reason. I mean, the only reason that we would continue playing is if for some reason we wanted to, like, try to get 15 wins a siege, but without procs, that even feels a little too easy, to be honest. Because you just run 15 Windies. I mean, like, yeah. I get the frustration, I really do, but siege is just way too easy right now, as it is. Alright. You know what? Alright, there's a couple of ways I could do this one. There's a couple of ways I could do this one, but I'm trying to think of what ways I can do this. Alright, I know what I can do. This I can show on stream. This doesn't change anything. This one right here. Okay. A little bit of a slower offense, but I mean, so yeah, part of it is the only reason Summoner's War lasted this long is because of Vile Runes, but Also, the difference between Siege and RTA is that Siege is not RNG reliant. I mean, the only hope a defense ever has of winning is RNG, but even then, you stack every bit of RNG into a defense that you can, and you're at best gonna win 3%. HOD, I don't think so. Because, so, it's, okay, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. So I don't think it would increase difficulty by restricting dupes at this point, because it is actually genuinely fun to try to figure out how to hit the same defense 5 or 10 times. But at the same time, you will hit a point where you run into it being impossible to continue countering. And so it's like, I'm trying to think of how to say this correctly. So you would have to restrict dupes on offense, but not on defense. And then you would, at a certain point, make it so that some defenses could not be countered. And we don't want to go that far either. What we want to do is make it harder to counter defenses, but can retain some of the difficulties and strategies that exist. I mean, you already see like a lot of, let me get in my last attack here. Let's see if there's one we can do that'll just be fun. So you want to, I mean, you want to keep the challenge, but you want to make it more challenging, basically. I don't know. I'm mixed. I'll be honest. I'm a little bit mixed on what would happen if you restricted dupes, other than the fact that you've got people that have invested so many devils and so many resources into building dupes. But the biggest issue of all of them is simply that by restricting dupes, you benefit the whales, because like you'll see me, I'm a whale, and you see me using a bunch of Windies, right? So imagine the free-to-play players that are relying more heavily on 2As and Windies. And if you restrict the dupes, like when I go in, okay, so here, this is the point I couldn't get across. You guys just watched me use a Julian. You watched me use, I mean, granted it was a meme offense, but you watched me use Maximilian, Nikki, Laura early. You watched me use multiple Mirrornades. Even if one lost, it's only because it was bad offense. You've watched me use lots of premium stuff. So the point is, I have lots of ways to counter something. We have players in our guild, in Skyfall, that are free-to-play. That's true. There are several free-to-play players in Skyfall. Not a lot, but several. If you took away the ability for them to use free-to-play dupes, we would not be able to have free-to-play players in Skyfall. So the thing with dupes, it's just like everything else. And when we talk about Hey-Gang feeling broken because people steal him, you know, and work him into their own comp, it's kind of the same thing. In order for Siege to thrive and be open to everybody in the game, dupes have to be available. And that will give an advantage to people like me that have dupe Sonyas, and for example. But it is possible for people to compete when they have access to the dupe 2As, the tractors, the Windies. It would not be possible for them to compete without that. I guess that's kind of what I was trying to get to. All right. This would have been fun with the Julienne, not so much without. I'm trying to see if there's something I can do that would just make for fun, like a fun way to basically abuse an LD5 to finish it up. Did I do LD5 abuse here? Not in an intelligent offense, I don't think. How about, this is not accessible. How about here? Do I think Windy deserves a nerf? Dude, a Windy nerf, like, if I could pick any one monster in the game to change for better or worse, it would be Windy. I don't even think I would nerf him, I would just delete him from the game. Windy absolutely screws Siege and has been screwing Siege for more than a year. The most, like, you know when Onyx, they accidentally made Onyx so broken that we were actually 2-moning in Siege finals? Onyx was still less broken than Windy is. He literally, we had people 2-moning in Siege finals, multiple, like 6 or 7 attacks that were successfully accomplished with 2-mon attack because of how broken Onyx was. Windy is still more broken than that. Windy is the single biggest issue that Siege has. Okay, that's an exaggeration. Windy is the single biggest monster issue that Siege has. Yeah, Windy needs a nerf so bad. So bad. The thing is, you literally cannot use any fire monster on defense because Windy exists. Like, even a Fire Cassandra cannot come close to killing a Windy. He literally deletes an entire element from Siege defense. Alright, I have no idea why Streamlabs just delete. Oh, it's because you dotted it thought you were... Yeah, it thinks you're posting a link right there. Alright, let's get in one last attack. I want to do some sort of abusive thing. I want to do something abusive. Okay, that came out really wrong. I wanted to try and see if I could just force it. I already took a loss, so what's it matter now? Can we do like an Eleanor? That's really sketch. Ian Lang, Vanessa. Could I do brother on brother right here? That's really sketch. I don't think I can. I mean, Fermion is just legit. He gets really underrated by people. He's pretty legit. Yeah, I don't think I want to mess around with that. I don't want to take a second loss. And then this is just too generic. It's just Bulwark. This one would be interesting. Could I do some? No. Oh yeah, there's lots of ways to kill him. I was trying to do. I was just trying to like make a fun comp. I think we can do something fun here. I think a lot less damage. So I think we can do something fun. All right. We're gonna do something Artemil. So we need Leo Arda, I think. Leo Arda should work. Huh? Okay. HP type? I didn't realize that. No, support type. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, Leo Arda. Alright. So I need something that has like strip and reset functionality if I do this. Nigong's gonna do big damage, so I need more support than the Arda can provide. I'm kind of feeling a Praha here, but I'm kind of not. I think Juno's a little limited. Fang definitely. Fang's a little too vulnerable here with no cleanse. You have to be able to cleanse. That's going to be the big thing. I guess I could just do Aaliyah. I mean, it's a little sketch, but why not? Is this one the Aaliyah? This one is. Okay. Yeah, why not? That's a really interesting question, Chris, but I don't think so. If I had to guess, and this is truly just a guess, I've never tested it, because that's an interesting question. But if I had to guess, my guess here would be that it does not, and for a very specific reason. The phrasing of his skill was prior to artifacts, and I don't think I've never heard anybody ask that question before, so I'm going to assume it's not a big stretch to think that like nobody ever really thought of it in that context before. But I mean, if you think about the spirit of the description, the spirit of the description is that it bypasses invincibility and things like that. So I don't think so. That does not mean I'm right. It's just my guess. It'd be pretty easy to test. It would definitely be pretty easy to test though. We're gonna leave that, and then I think am I okay with 32k HP here? Because this is gonna be a long fight, and it's not gonna be a destroy fight, but it is gonna be a long fight. So I'm not bringing really shit for damage here at all. Super sketch. Super sketch. Okay. We don't need crit rate here, so we just go HP over defense. Accuracy's not bad there. The attack's not actually terrible. We can do that. Love this. That we have to keep. So we don't need the speed here. So we can go despair. Despair over HP, preferably over defense. HP over defense, something like that. Okay, that works. It's a little low. I mean, that's more than a little low. And I'm not gonna have any. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, Leo needs runes. Wait, can Leo get hit here? Yeah, Leo can get hit, but okay, we're gonna do something really fun. Do something really fun. But the build is weak. Nah, never mind. I had an idea for something fun, but the build is weak. All right. No defense, but I don't know that I can actually. I don't know that I'm actually gonna. You know what? Yeah, I'm trying too hard to force this. This is just bad. This is a really bad offense because the Nigong's not gonna crit. Yeah, I was trying to do something fun here, but this is definitely losing is not fun, and that's just bad. That's just really bad. All right, do I have a different LD5 I could use instead? Something that could be fun. Not with an offense. Can I show my Windy? No, I mean my Windy's pretty standard among Siege players. I don't think there's anything secret there. Alright. Alright. Old offense. What about an old offense? A variation of an old offense. Ah, man, I really wanted to do like one just kind of fun, not a cleave. No, MST would get chewed up alive here. Yeah, the thing is, it's just okay. You know what? Could we do a Yulda? Oh, could we do a T and Lang? No, it has to be Eleanor, right? No, man, I'm not seeing. The thing is, this is such a. I don't want to say bad defense. It's a free win. I mean, you just Amelia Bulwark it. It's a free win. I'm just trying to do something like interesting. All right. Could I do Lima, Fang Leo? How slow would that be? There's no defense buff. Do have the strip. It'd take me a long time to kill this Nigong. But this does seem a little bit more viable, I think, than the Artemil thing. A little risky, but not. I don't think it's too risky. I think this one's a lot more reasonable. Light String Master situationally actually is very good. There are some monsters that it very hard counters. Let's see. That seems fine. Do I care that much about Destroy here? I almost feel like Nemesis might be a little bit better. Yeah, let's go. My Nemesis runes are not very good. I need some crit rate here. Well, this is actually not bad. Alright, we can do that. And we'll go like Nemesis. Speed. HP over crit rate. Do I have 12? Yeah, perfect. How do I have so much speed on this build? But I guess it doesn't. Alright, can I get. Go here. Vial. HP. We need like 10 crit rate. Wouldn't mind a little more defense. We'll go defense over crit rate. 10 crit rate. 15. 11. Okay, no. Alright, and then obviously you don't want additional light speed. gonna go additionals by HP. That'll work. That'll work. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do that. Okay. Damage taken from water. Alright, that's fine. And let's just give Fang some runes, and then we can go. This is still a little bit sketch, I'm not gonna lie. This is definitely not definitely not an offense I would recommend, but I mean, you know, we're having fun. Okay, so in this case, I do have to bring damage arties on Fang, and we're just kind of gonna bank on him not getting killed. Pretty much. Alright, I think here I'm actually gonna go like this. Alright. Well, so you're gonna get to go to bed here soon. One way or another. Do this. Push him back. I think we're fine to do this to start. That was unfortunate. So let's just start putting up buffs. Leo's probably not even skilled. Do I push? I don't need to push yet, because we can't kill him for 3 more turns anyway. Okay. Ooh, 3 Ks on the Lima. That's actually pretty sexy. Yeah, just kill. Okay. Well, that was honestly a bit. I am not going to proc this Theo, because I think the Ophelia's right at about her thing. Yeah. So I didn't want to attack buff the Theo right there. While the Ophelia was at her thing, I did not want to attack her. Or to proc the Theo. Okay, put a dot on. Nope. Okay, never mind. Well, he would have lived anyway. Let's put a dot on. Nope. Okay. Resistance Theo or what? Well, anyway. Alright, there we go. So yeah. There we go. We got to at least do it. Was way too much work to try and do like one fun one. That was way too much thought and work for what should have been a free defense, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Alright, so RTA Desert. RTA ranks are largely not RNG. I want to say that. I agree with you. RTA results on a given match are RNG. There is a difference. I liken modern RTA to poker. When you play poker in every single hand, your goal is to create percentage advantages and then play enough hands that those advantages average out. If you play poker consistently as a 5% favorite, you will make money long-term in poker. And if you play RTA as a 5% favorite long-term, you will have a higher rank in RTA. But any given match of RTA is the vast majority of the time. There are exceptions. You know, obviously some of the top SWC players with crazy busted cleaves, Kellyan Bows, Maximilian Cleave. There's exceptions, but the majority of the time, most RTA drafts are just percentage advantages. It's I'm 55-46, 55-45, that type of thing. All right, yeah, so you know we are going to swing over to your defense now. Sorry about that. All right. Oh, hey, got energy. Keep trying to move the window and it keeps trying to drag the wrong thing. Let's see. What rune dungeon do I farm most? Chris, progress in PvP. HOD, have a good night, bro. So, I think the answer to what room dungeon you should farm the most depends in large part on what your goals are in the game and what your playstyle is, and to a lesser extent what your LBs are and what your box is in general. Overall, I would say giants are probably more important to farm on scale right now, but some of it depends a lot, honestly, on if you're free to play, if you're a casual spender, if you're a dolphin, if you're a whale. You know, if you have access, if you're spending on the game, the rune packs are so stupid that you barely need to farm them. But with that said, speed only comes. So the thing is, you can buy your way into efficiency like that. The rune packs are just stupid broken for efficiency. But speed only comes with scale. At the end of the day, you are only going to get faster by farming dungeons because you just can't. Like, the math on an actual quad roll, like the math on a 30 speed rune is 100-something thousand to 1. The math on just any quad roll in general is 5,000 to 1 for a rune that starts with speed. So you can't buy 5,000 runes. You can't re-app 5,000 times. The speed only comes on scale. And fast Bio is just as important as fast Swift. So I think the real answer to what rune dungeon you should farm is where are your weaknesses and what are your goals. Is your goal only to play Swift? So when it comes to Siege, Swift is more important for offense and Bio is more important for defense. So is your goal to be a defense god or an offense god, or do you want a little bit of both? When it comes to RTA, if you're playing turn 1, fast to spare. If you're playing CC turn 1, fast to spare, really important. Fast Bio, really important. Fast Swift, less important, believe it or not, sometimes. Huge qualifier here, because the thing is, you'll see like you have Escher, Sekhmet, Ethna, a variety of different, Young Hung if you have BLD, so there's a variety of different wounds, variety of different monsters that you can use to contest speed, and then you have Kabila. So if you're a little bit slower, you can ruin the Kabila, which is not usually highly contested with a 33 lead, and if somebody else is trying to take turn 1 with an Escher, you've got 5 speed off your base and 1 from rounding by using the faster base speed mod. So being really fast with Swift is really important, but at the same time, you can make up a little bit of that by using different boosters and Swift units. The real answer is I don't think that there's any one dungeon. Well, I don't think you need to farm Necro anymore, to be honest. But I think Giants and Dragons need to be about equal. I think R5 people do not farm nearly enough. Gems and Grinds, the most important part of your runes. And I think Artifacts people don't farm enough. So you probably need to be 25% R5 / Rift Beast, 25% Artifacts, 25% Dragons, 25% Dragons. That's probably the one. But again, you would skew that based on what's most important to you. Is it most important to you to always take turn 1, or to be, if you have like specific, let's say you have Young Hung, and that's a 116 base, then, as a 116 base, you probably are going to want to draft Young Hung every match. If you're trying to take her, use her as a turn 1 monster, then faster Swift matters because you're contesting at a disadvantage with Cambillas and only a 1 speed advantage with Eschers. Whereas if you are trying to play her as a Bio monster, then fast Bio is more important, and so on. What up, Total Mouse? How you doing, bro? Alright guys, so we're back to Yuno. Here's the deal. First things first, we are going to rune your Lucian. So, I'm going to show you, we ran the optimization earlier, and then we're just going to run a speed tune, and I'm going to show you the speeds that you need for your Miri and Dova. So this is the optimization that we ran earlier. Yeah, and that's, Wojo too, because you have an older account, that's also fair, honestly. Alright, so this is the optimization we ran for you earlier. This is a full simulation, meaning that we are simulating max gem, max grind, everything legend. So keep in mind that you won't get this build on day 1. This is what you're going to grow towards. With that said, this top build, I'm just going to show you the monsters that it's using runes from. If you tell me that some of these will break your dungeon teams, we're just going to move on to the next build until we get to one that breaks less dungeon teams, because you can see this is the actual damage of the cards with attack buff, but without artifact and without mirroring. So, although this is a little weaker than my Lucian, it's actually pretty respectable, honestly. Like, I think my Lucian in the optimizer pops out at about 15.8, 16.2, somewhere around there. So you're pretty close to and I have a really strong Lucian. But again, this is also assuming all max legend generally. So I'm assuming the Julie is a dungeon team monster that is really hard to fix. Kali and Odin shouldn't matter. Vertihile is easy to fix. Raup is easy to fix, and I don't know what the Lucian 2 is for. So in this case, it would really only be if you wanted to protect the Julie. This also uses Julie. Bale is somewhat easier to fix than other monsters, and everything off of this build I think is relatively easy to fix. Julie is open. If Julie is open, then I would just take it. This is the best build. So I would just take this. You said nah. I'm not sure what that meant. Are you saying don't take this build or do take this build? Okay, perfect. So now what we're going to do is we're going to hit equip runes and artifacts. We're going to swing back over here and we're going to click this, use equip runes. We're going to disable this. And then we're going to say use locked artifacts and use intangible artifacts. We're going to re-optimize. And now we have your best Lucian artifact, Bale Later 2. I feel like that's probably a glitch and swap, and that's the real Bale. So let's go ahead and exclude Bale. We don't need to take his artifact. And here we go. Once again, oh, we got to exclude the Bale too. I don't know, do you actually have 2 Belagers? And is the second one Rune? Oh, you have 2. Okay. Well, then we can definitely take his artifact, because all that matters is Bale 1. Alright. So, Lucian. Alright, so we have an intangible slot 6. Which is this rune. We have a Blade 5, 13 speed, 13 crit, which is this rune. We have a Blade 1, that's Ancient, so that should be pretty easy to find. Not this one, so it's going to be this one, yeah, the one on Julie. And we have Rage with 25 crit damage, which is a particularly nice rune. That's this one. We have another Rage with 40% attack. Dude, this is a sick rune. This one's absolutely sick. Nice. Okay, and then our last one, we have a Rage with 14 crit rate. Off of the Kali. That's this one. Okay. So, here we go right now. We are at plus 2k, plus 223, and nothing yet is gemmed and grinded. So this wants me to put crit damage on rune 1286 over accuracy. That makes a lot of sense. So we do that carefully. And I would continue to regem that because this is your fat Lucian. I would continue to regrind that as well. Unfortunately, they did not hit, but I would still be, I would be all in on those runes because this is a monster you will use every single siege. Hopefully to not get one shot by Carcanos, because you should not be Lucianing Carcanos. That is just bad practice. Just throwing that out there. Lucianing Carcano is not advised. Okay, so we're gonna put flat attack here. And yeah, ancients are hard for everybody. It'll take a little while. It'll take a little while to improve, but it's. I mean, we got the most important stuff. You had the crit damage already, so we got 7 on. Now it's just a question of getting more, you know. But it's yeah. So Lucian, honestly, he doesn't need HP. Like the fat Lucian here does not need HP or defense. So there's no reason to like waste a gem on this. You already had the crit rate, crit damage there. Now for the slot 4, what does it want me to do? 1439. It doesn't want me to do anything. It's happy with it. 1452, it wants me to put attack percent on. That's a given. That was nice. That was really nice. That was less nice. $13 Mons over 295. 7 over 300, 2 over 3. Damn, man. You are, that's actually pretty legit, man. That is, like, seriously legit death. Alright, so this is telling me to put crit damage over speed. I don't think it actually needs to be. I didn't realize. Well, never mind. They were range. So you're going to want to grind that. We could put it over speed. We could put it over HP. I think it works in both cases, but I will say, for the rune being what it is, the optimizer is telling me to put it over speed, but in this case, the Lucian does not need speed, but you may move this rune onto another offensive mon, like a PvE mon in the future, right? And because it could go to a PvE mon, I would actually prefer to keep the speed. I don't think 1,000 flat HP is going to make a difference. So we're going to go with that. We're going to go with that. And then we're going to take a look. First, we're going to put on artifacts. Okay, so you already had flat attack. Alright, on this side, you're basically always just going to pick like what element up you want. For right here, that's not really much for us, so I think, maybe I'm wrong. If you don't have a lot of good element up artifacts, then the one that it told me to put on here is probably... that might be PvE. Alright, so you can do this for now, and we're going to do attack increasing effect. Not the best thing here necessarily, but it's not bad. So definitely there's some work to be done on your artifacts. That's okay. As a baseline, this is actually quite solid. So we get 16 over... this. I mean, this artifact is not bad. This artifact's not bad. Left side's pretty bad. Sub-property. Good catch, man. Thank you. Alright, so here you go. This is your Lucian, and for point of reference... and again, I have a pretty strong Lucian, so I'm gonna show you mine as a point of reference. So you're at plus 2309 and 238. You're still missing, I believe. You can regrind. You can get legend on that. You can grind some flat attack there. You can add more crit damage there. You can add crit damage. You can grind a little more attack there. So you're not done. Grind a little bit more flat attack there, and you can grind more flat attack there. So you do actually still have the ability to improve your Lucian a fair bit. But for point of reference, here's my Lucian. So I do have, about 300 more attack, a little bit more crit damage, but that's comparing it to a Skyfall Lucian. So I think yours is actually a very respectable Lucian, honestly. I would like to see the artifacts improve, particularly the element up artifact. But beyond that, I think very respectable Lucian. Alright, so that is the Lucian. Now for the Rune, it's just literally your fastest Swift. Whatever your fastest Swift is, and then we're going to tune the Dova to it. So here, I would say we got 26 versus 30. So actually, the way I do fastest Swift generally, we're going to come over here to Swift. You're just going to take your fastest Swift rune in each slot as a starting point. This needs to be grinded. Probably needs legend, since it is your fastest Swift, but I'm not going to burn the legend right now, so we'll just put this to 26. We'll put it to 25, and we'll find out if we're going to use it first. We're just not going to use that. I can already guarantee 23. Probably not going to use it. Okay, so now we're going to come over here. Fastest overall slot 4. What the f... Okay. I think we will use this rune on your Rune. Maybe. Possibly. I did not expect to see that. I really did not expect to see that. Nice rune. Good game. How about this one? All right, 25. Not as broken. Not quite as broken, but still. It's actually 26. First, they're both 26s. That's ungrinded. So we do have a 24. That's blade though. We got 23. Okay, so we'll take this. Which of these do we like more for a Rune? Because we're both 26. I think we like. This you can gem in HP. Let's see. I think this is fine, but is your Sonya built already? She's built, so we don't need to take a rune from her. Your Brandia is... that's a PvE build, I believe, so we don't need to take a rune from her, so we can go Lin. Although this is probably also PvE, it doesn't really matter. She wasn't even... yeah, the Lin can be fixed. That doesn't matter. And then the Galleon here, that looks like it's not a real build, so we can do that. Alright. 35 speed rune, just chilling. Just chilling! Just 35 speed rune, out of nowhere. Okay. Gonna take me a minute to get over that. So not expecting to click on a 35 speed rune right there. Now, I will tell you one challenge we're going to have is we may not actually be able to tune this Rune because of that cracked rune. We'll do our best, and we'll see if we can. So, crit rate, attack. Now, this rune, I would actually regem. I would actually crit. So, the thing is, for this rune and it being your fastest, I'm not going to... yeah, the 40 attack actually fits great. It's crit damage. I'm fine with that. Alright, I would regem crit rate on this rune, so for Rune specifically, I would put HP on over the crit damage. But for every other monster, I would regem crit rate. So what we're actually going to do is put HP over crit rate, because whenever this rune moves onto another monster, it's going to want the crit damage, and it's going to want the higher crit rate. So hopefully that makes sense. This is like preparing for the future kind of thing. And I'm not going to spam gems because eventually this rune's going to move. Eventually you're going to get a faster Swift slot 1, and then this rune's going to move. And I don't think I'll spam grinds either. I'll just stop. Okay. Now we will just... I don't honestly think we can tune your Dova, so maybe we'd do that. Maybe we'd figure out if we can tune your Dova before I use the last speed grind. This right here, I mean, you can honestly just gem that out. Flat attack synergizes, but I mean, yeah. Just grind that, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Okay. I'm like terrified that I would screw up that gem. I sat there and stared at it forever. I'm like, make sure it's flat attack, make sure it's flat attack. All right, dude, this rune. Why am I using hero on a 35 speed rune? I do not. No, I do have. I have 129. I have a 34 speed slot 1 Swift. I can't remember ever seeing a 35 speed rune before, except like on a Reddit or something. What up, Axe? How you doing, man? Long time no see. All right, so we're at plus 207 on the Rune. I do not believe that we're gonna be able to speed tune your Dova, but let me just... I'm gonna check if we can speed tune him without speed up effect. Actually, I still need to calculate with speed buff. So, bear with me a second while I run a calculation on a different window. So actually 208 because we didn't grind that other Swift rate. I'm gonna see at 208 and Dova is 105. Alright, your Dova needs to be 195. So let's see if we can get the Dova to 195, and if not, there's other things that we can try. Okay, so he's not 6-starred. Again, you'll want to 6-star him, but... I have a feeling we're going to need that rune, but I will see if we can avoid it. See if we can avoid taking it, but I'm pretty confident. I mean, this is ungrinded, so let's see. Yeah, but just seeing what like second fastest Swift is in each slot, I'm pretty sure we're going to wind up needing that rune. Maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Wait, hang on. Just put a random rune on. Okay, no, we're 17 speed short. So... Alright, slowest rune. This is 23. This is 23, but I don't think we had great options here, right? 20, well, that's on the Miri, and then 25. So on this side, 28. So we'll take the Vamp rune. But if I do that... Okay, how about here? 27, not a big game. 21. Swift. Okay, there was another Swift that wasn't fully grinded, right? No, it was not. Okay. So, how do we get you there? I guess we have to take this rune. And then we have to come back here to this rune. And then we grind this. That's why we saved the last one. Please hit, please hit, please hit. Of course not. Alright, so we need to be plus 195. We are plus 192. So we're 3 speed short. I think we're close enough. Yeah, so that's, I don't, that was when I said there's other things we could do, Izu. That was the next thing. It's just, he's not 6-starred, and I'm honestly not sure that he's going to have a lot of speed up effect stuff. Oh, okay, that's solid. Okay, so you do have enough. Perfect. So we're at 192. So I'm going to retune this now to 209 if we put a legend on that Miri. And then we're going to say, how much speed increasing effect do we need? Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay. 189. How much is our Dova right now? 192. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you actually don't even need much speed increasing effect at all. You're close enough. 8% speed increasing effect would do the trick. So we can actually... We can actually legend grind this. I don't know if you want to. I generally, as a general rule, I mean, I don't necessarily love legend grinding this particular rune, but considering that it is your fastest slot 1 and it's on a monster you'll probably use every single siege, I think it's worth one try. But I'll leave it up to you. It's kind of like one of those iffy things, like you land a quad later and you're gonna wish you had it, but you do have the immemorial backups, and you're gonna, you know, you could sit on this thing for 6 months, and especially if you're not farming a lot of giants, you may not have a better place to use it. So you let me know, Yuno. Go for it. Okay. Of course. Well, on the plus side, nothing wasted. Alright, so you are going to need to 6-star the Miri, and you are going to need to 6-star the Dova. And then you're going to need to put artifacts on them, and I'm going to message you this in Discord. Dova need. All right, so I just gave you instructions of what you need. Gave you instructions in Discord of what you need to do to finish out building that offense. And then we're gonna come over here. That's perfect, okay. You should not Miri a, by the way, you should definitely not Miri a Perna. So, also, piece of advice, I think if Chris is still here, he'll agree. If Iris is here, everybody who has ever run a Miri Teon or Miri Dovolution will attest to this. Always, always, always keep these 3 monsters in the same order, because what will happen at some point is if you reverse the Dova and the Lucian, you will buff Dova with himself and lose. It has happened to all of us at least one time. It has happened to every single person at least one time. But with that said, so here you go. Brand new Miri, Dova, Lucian offense. You asked us to build you an offense. We could not have built you a better one, honestly. Strongest offense that we could have ever possibly built you. And okay, that was an interesting issue right there. Lucian has more HP. Oh, that's because the Miri is not leveled yet. Okay, that makes sense. We haven't leveled the Miri yet, so she has no HP. But just in case, can I do... Alright, so okay, yeah, we can do that. So we're going to evolve. Yes, we're going to evolve. Can I evolve one more time? I didn't... Oh, okay, so we can fully evolve. Perfect. I don't know, I must have hit power up by mistake earlier and then thought that you didn't have... Okay, we're just gonna do that. That should be enough. And then let's go ahead and evolve the Dova. Well, no, it's okay. For stream purposes, you can take the rest from there. I just want to make sure Miri's got enough HP. So the thing is, Dova's only going to give the attack buff to the monster with the lowest HP. And then the instructions I sent you earlier. So you want additional damage artifacts on the Miri. I think this is probably your best one. Well, actually, let's see. Nope. But this is Steel Fortress? I don't know if that's Steel Fortress or not. Okay, this one's actually not too bad. You just convert this out into something additional. You know, I didn't even look at the defenses yet. Honestly, I was focused on getting you the offense because this is definitely like, I mean, it's a free win every single siege, so it was probably the best thing that we could get accomplished for you on this stream. Really just want any additional damage effect right here. And all right, so I will leave that up to you to convert. Basically just any additional damage effect there and any additional damage effect here. The speed up effect, it's kind of unfortunate to take it off because she speed buffs, but there's a roll on the attack up effect, and technically Dova could attack buff her at some point, I think, as builds change in the future. So basically just try and gem additional damage over that and additional damage over the speed up effect. And that's going to be enough HP. We'll make sure the Dova also plus 14k, that should be plenty. Yeah, now the Lucian will get the attack buff. So if you've ever struggled with MST, you should no longer struggle with MST. I will say for this attack right here, Lucian should be damage plus dark to make sure that he procs the tree on him. And we don't have damage plus dark here, but we'll see how tanky this defense is. And there you go. Bye-bye MST. Let's see. Can your Lucian kill your Rune? Question of the day. So very straightforward offense. I mean, it's as straightforward as it gets. You just kill shit. That's all it is. So that's why I said the Miri was like the best pull, better than most of the LD5s that we could have gotten you, and that should be pretty solid. All right, defense-wise. So MST, obviously solid defense. Told you we could look through. So which defense would I pull down? This questionable, but it's not the worst defense I've ever seen. It's probably the worst of these. I think this is a little too manipulatable. I don't know if, unless this is like a fast Leo. Yeah, it's not a trap Leo. So among these, this would be the top one that I would. So we'll take that off, and let's see if we can find you something with LDs. I think you have 2 LD5s, right? You have the QD, and then you have one more, I believe. If I remember correctly. Wait a second. Bro, you've got Light Ezio? Why are we wasting our time with a Mirane when you've got Light Ezio? Dude, what? Okay, yeah, this dude should be deviled and skilled up and being used every siege. Damn, like he's actually one of my, he's near the top of my most wanted list. There are a bunch of different offenses you can use with him, but probably the easiest would be like Jemire Light Homunculus, like Ezio. Probably the easiest. There's other stuff you can do that's just more of a speed check. But yeah, I'd probably just say you've got the Jemire, so I'd work on like a Jemire Light Homunculus, Light Ezio offense as well. That's a big one I would definitely get built. For that offense, the speed tuning's a little tricky. Message me in Discord and I can help you with the speed tuning on that one. Yeah, just message me in Discord for that one, I'll help you. Alright, defense-wise. So that was your other LD5. He's pure offense, not so much defense. So you do have the Water Ivor. This dude skills up all 4 stars, so maybe if you have the 4, this chick, I guess, woman, female, whatever. Yeah, Ezio is that good, and then some. Ezio OP. Ezio super OP. So you have a monster that ignores defense and ignores passives. So he can snipe Byungchul. He can snipe on the field against Nana. He can snipe any element. His multipliers are not great. He is a little bit hard to rune because the multipliers are not great. It's a little bit of a rune check, but if you can get enough damage onto him, he's insane. And especially because you're fighting in G1 Siege, you don't need G3 runes to make him work in G1 Siege. So I think we can do something with the Water Ezio. Moore's AI is just terrible. So, I mean, Moore sounds good on paper, but his AI is just way too bad. Coco, you definitely can't use unskilled. Tessa, obviously, the thing with Tessa is you would want to get the Tessa skilled up, and you can do that through guild summons, obviously. But Tessa, really, really strong defense unit, so since you're not using the Tessa on defense, I would try and do something around that. What could we do with the Tessa? Alright, Smycer is just going to be food, Water Series food, Wind Series food, QD. There is one thing you can do with QD, but it's not super effective. The only thing you can do with QD is put him on as a Swift Trap, because people will sometimes go in and try and cleave, not expecting him to be on Swift. But it's pretty niche. I mean, you can catch people off guard, and then he can, do his thing. The problem is you have to give up your best Swift set to do that. So it's not something I recommend because it's not going to win at a high rate. I don't think so. I mean, first they've got to make it so that you can set skills in regular season. Like, Come to Us goes at a pretty steady pace. But I do think that being able to set multiple skills on an AI might be dangerous. Because then it becomes a rock, paper, scissors game. And I'm not sure if I like the idea or not. I'm honestly not sure if I like the idea or not. I would want to test it. I would want to see how it plays out. But, there's that whole thing about, actually, I don't know, it adds a lot of, maybe I'm just being negative. It does add a lot of interesting dynamics in the rock, paper, scissors game, and that's kind of what we do already anyway. Is it Swift? Is it not Swift? So I don't know. I could probably talk myself into it, but at a minimum, I would like to test it. Like, I don't know if you saw my video on what I would like to see out of Siege, but I'd like to see us have a way to test some of this stuff, like basically a test server, but not a test server. Like, what I want to see is a concurrent Siege season with small rewards, enroll 10 people a guild, and just use it as a testing ground for the people that want to do more Siege, because not everyone does. Totally optional, no OP prizes, nothing like that. Just a way for people who want to do more Siege and for people who want to experiment with stuff. And then things like multiple skills on defense, you could put that into the concurrent siege season and just test it and see if it's balanced and how it's balanced. Izu, we've done the summoning session already. That's actually the Mirane that I just built came on the summoning session. This is the wrap up of stream. It was actually a long stream, so the last thing we're doing is helping Yuno find a siege defense. So we could do something like this. Skill ups are an issue here, but we could definitely do something like this. How do we make this anti-cleave? Or fully anti-cleave, because it's already partially anti-cleave. Alright. Is she skilled? No, never mind. Alright. This is kind of a different defense anyway. One issue that you have here is, well, so you've got a little bit of decent AI control here because the water will do a water Ivor will do a strip defense break into fire, and Tessa can follow fire. I like the Luis there for the HP lead, which benefits both of these monsters, and also for the fact that she's got some cleanse, she's got some protection. It buys you a little bit of time, but it does lack attack buff. You lack burst damage overall. But I am trying to kind of balance things with knowing that your rune depth will cause you challenges at getting things to a certain speed. So, I mean, the easiest thing we could do would just be Carcano, Adriana, Odin. I mean, I know you have the team already, and it's probably, honestly, that's probably the way to go. So this being run a lot right now in high level siege. This defense I wasn't a huge fan of, and this defense, the only catch with this, so the downside to this defense is, I mean, but this is true of all defenses, it needs to be skilled up. The upshot to this defense is, I'm guessing your Odin is skilled. He is. And the Adriana should be skilled because you should be using her pretty much every siege. So it doesn't hurt you to focus devils into the Adriana. And then the Kark, I'm assuming, is skilled. Yeah. So in the upshot of this is that the Kark is a monster that you can already be using on offense. The Adriana's a monster. To use her on offense, you need her in a Swift build, and you're not going to put her Swift on this defense. You're probably just going to be like a fast bio here, like a 286 or 239 even bio. Which in this case with a 24 lead on a 111 base. 239, very easy to achieve. 286, also not that hard to achieve, by the way. But yeah, I would do this, I think, as one defense for sure. This is a fairly hard defense to counter because people don't know if the Adriana's Swift, they don't know if the Odin is tuned. So speaking of the whole rock, paper, scissors thing I just mentioned a minute ago, this is a rock, paper, scissors defense. And the nice thing is, because the Odin is element neutral, it's one of the few defenses where Carcano can exist and not be dominated by Windy, because the Odin can just snipe the Windy. The attack buff on the Carcano also means that it can do some pretty big damage into the Windy. So I think this is definitely one that is worth allocating spot to. Obviously the MST is still also worth it. And I don't really have a problem with the Sierra Ryan Perna. I mean, it's very old, there's a lot of known counters, but in G1 Siege, people don't have an infinite depth of counters either. So I do think that this is a very fair defense to build. The biggest thing I would tell you is that you shouldn't have 10 defenses. You don't have the runes to run 10 defenses. Now, I don't know if the guild just needs you to have more, but if the guild does not need you to have more, because I see like a lot of these are not placed right now, right? So honestly, I would definitely remove this. I think Fang is a very untapped monster on defense. I think that particularly in G1, Fang has a chance to really shine, but maybe not in a Fang Rina Zhongfei defense. This I don't. Yeah, it's not fully runed, so this defense is honestly not. In a 4-star base, it's not terrible. There's some fairly easy counters to it, but it's not terrible. I don't mind this defense at all. What I do mind is the rune quality that would be required to make this defense work. I don't think it's worth allocating the strength of runes that would be necessary for a light Chun-Li to do enough damage. Because otherwise yeah, I mean, that's basically it. You have to put a really big damage set on the light Chun-Li here. And at that point, I don't think it's worth it for the value that you would get out of the defense. However, if you're using these monsters on offense, then I don't mind the defense. Particularly for G1 Siege, this is actually not. This is actually a fairly strong defense. You've got Strip into Defense Break. The problem here is really just the ability to tune it. It's just that you have to put really high rune quality on here because there's no attack bar boosting and there's no speed buff. So the lack of the speed buff really, really limits Leia's damage. And that's pretty much the challenge for me here, is that you're going to need this entire team to be at 300 speed and Leia on crit damage, and then the enemy to just stupidly bring in something slow. Because if the enemy identifies that there is no speed buff here, all they have to do is bring in really fast units and Leia's passive does not activate. Or even better, just bring in their own speed buff, like a Swift Chilling, and then not only does Leia's passive not activate, but Clara may not even land all the strips, and you completely nerf it. And the Chilling is easily going to take turn 1. So that's my issue with this defense, is I don't think that you could ruin it without handicapping your own account. That's my only real problem. Like, I think the defense itself is fine. This I could see people making a mistake on this. However, the pony AI is just so terrible. It's just so bad. But I could see like people not knowing exactly how to deal with this defense, and I could actually see this getting a win, or more than a win. And the nice thing about this is these are all monsters that you're keeping rune, so it doesn't hurt you to divert runes. And that's a big thing I would say, is that if you don't have an endlessly deep box, if you're not playing high level Siege, even G2 Siege, your boxes are getting much deeper, your rune depth is getting much deeper. But at G1 Siege, you're going to face a lot of people that don't have super deep boxes. Not everything is devil, not everything is skilled, they run out of monsters. And when you run a defense like this, they may just simply not have the ability to get enough damage out to kill it. And so at that point, I'm totally okay with this being a defense, because you get the added benefit of having 3 monsters that you use every siege in really good rune quality on defense. And being able to double purpose, double duty your runes is really important when you don't have greater depth of runes. So for that reason, I'm totally fine with this one. For a similar reason, I'm fine with this one. I think Skogul doesn't have to be bio. He's obviously way better on bio for defense. He doesn't have to be bio. And for this defense to work, he can be lots of stuff. Vamp would be a waste here, but he could be Despair, he could be triple energy. He can be lots of stuff here, and it would work fine. Bio way better, I want to be clear. But you can make it, you'll still win here and there without him being on bio. So you could run, again, just a well-runed offense scope. This one is interesting. I suspect that this will probably just get absolutely annihilated by Heigang, Veramos, Juno, among others. And then, of course, there is just Tractor Windy Cami. There's a lot of counters here, and most of them are free to play. So I get what you're trying to accomplish, but I think the problem is that there are so many spammable free-to-play monsters here that the Belinus just is not going to work. As a general rule, Chandra Zen just does not work. And that's because of the existence of Tractor Windy Cami. And again, 2 of those are free to play. And the Cami is partially replaceable, particularly if you have the rune quality to carry it. And honestly, the Cami is not even always needed. Sometimes Tractor and Windy by themselves are enough to kill most Belinus Zen pairings. And in this case, in this defense, that would definitely be the case. I am pretty sure that if you just went with a Vampire Tractor, you would have no problem running Tractor Windy here. And then it's just 2 free-to-play monsters that run, on a 2-mon. So I would take this off because I see it getting 2-moned, and that's going to hurt the guild more than help it. And then this is a slightly older meta defense, but it's not terrible. I mean, it's pretty cleavable, and I think most of the time it's going to get cleaved. But again, it's 3 monsters that you would reasonably use on it. It's 2 monsters you would reasonably use on offense. The Roid and the Molong you're going to use pretty consistently on offense. The Harmonia you'll use occasionally, and the thing is, you put her on like a really tanky Bio Nem set, and you're not really diverting runes away from anybody else. So I think this one is fair to keep if the guild needs filler. Like, I don't mind keeping this one, but the other ones that I took off are pretty much the ones I would. And I honestly would not go further than this. So if you look at these teams right here, this is 3 monsters you use on offense. This is 2 monsters you use on offense. This is 2. We're going to say 2 because you're not going to have 2 Skogul builds, right? But this is 3, 2, and 2. So out of these 3 defenses, you're only building 2 monsters specifically for defense. That should be the goal. This, again, 3 monsters you use on offense, 2.5 you use on offense, and 3 you use on offense. So this gives you the ability to condense your runes and make much stronger defenses, and at the same time improve your offenses. And I don't think I would go further than this. I usually don't even recommend 6. Somebody asked earlier, I forgot to answer. I apologize if that person's no longer here. How many defenses do tourney level Siege players run? Most of us run 2 to 3. I run 5 to 6. I am really, really deep on runes. You guys saw my runes. I almost never run more than 5. On rare occasions, I've run 6. There's been a couple of times where I had an entire base of 1 defense. It was more funny than anything else. It was only in semis. I've never done it in finals. Did I? Maybe I did in finals once, a few seasons ago. But there was one. It's very rare. Very few people have that much rune depth, and for the most part, you're not going to see tourney level players that run more than 3 to 4 defenses, and there's a real reason for that, which is that the more defenses you run, the progressively weaker they get, because you want your best runes on defense. And if you do run that many defenses, you can handicap your offenses. So, 4 would probably be where I would stop in most cases, but because you are... I did, Chris. I did. Generally wouldn't. I don't. I was fortunate. I don't want to say fortunate. I did. I had 1 defense that did really well, and I got lucky with 2 rune swaps. Well, I mean, it wasn't lucky. Like I'm trying. I don't want to talk shit, because it was like an incredibly close finals all the way through. It wasn't lucky. It was timing, but. I had 1 defense that got a win, and I did a quick rune swap. As soon as it got a win, it got a second win, and then it did lose, but I did a 3rd rune swap into a different version, a different build, because most of the time we rune swap between 2 builds. I did a 3rd different kind of build, and it got a 3rd win. And then there was a key base that defense held for like 20 minutes, which was a huge thing for us. We don't know why it held it, and it may be nothing. It may be that they weren't sure how to attack it. They may have attacked over and covered a loss, or they may just not have had players online that could hit it. I don't know. All I know is that it held down that base. It was the last defense standing in that base for about 20 minutes, which was a huge, because we were on bonus, so it was a huge factor. Man, I'm gonna work on. I have to figure out how to stop Streamlabs from just when you do sh.it, because it thinks you're putting up web URL, so it's deleting your text. But yeah, anyway, what up, Rain Glory? By the way, no, I was super stoked with that. That was that was by far and away the best. So my defenses do fairly well most of the time. Most seasons they do really well, but they've never done that well in finals. So I was really happy to be able to contribute. At the end of the day, I would have taken no defense wins and no offense wins if we got the finals win after like six or 7 seasons of like knocking at the door. But it's also really nice to be able to contribute. So, all right. So as far as these defenses go, I would say I don't think you should go any further than this, Yuno. I think that you're using almost all monsters that you would use on offense here, and so like the next defenses that I would put in for you, definitely something with a Tessarian who is also still an offense monster. I mean, there is one you could do that would be 2 monsters again that you use on offense, but I don't really particularly love this defense. It's fairly well known and the counters to it are fairly well known. Do you have a cichlid built? Or do you not have a cichlid built? Rain Glory, so you had a question. Okay, had a quick siege question for a while. Why do people keep one defense from everyone instead of one person stacking 5 defenses in a tower? That's an interesting question, Glory. It's yeah, no, Chris, I don't actually mind. The only thing I have the bot set to mute to mute URLs right now because we were getting a lot of porn spammers and stuff on the YouTube side. That's the only reason it's set that way, and so I'm gonna probably disable it because we haven't been having that issue with the porn spammers for a while. Porn site spamming, whatever. So turn off bot blocking. I'll probably have that turned off by next stream. All right, so let's see. Main box. All right, so we're gonna do 3 things here in order. Rain Glory, your question is one of those 3 things. All right, so this I think you can run. The thing with this, again, with that whole concept of trying to use monsters that you use on both offense and defense to consolidate runes, Mi Yang, definitely an offense monster. Tessarian, definitely an offense monster. You do really want to get this skilled up both for offense and defense. And hopefully the Mi Yang is skilled. She is. Hopefully the Cichlid is skilled. She is. Hopefully everything up here is skilled. Anything that's not really just shouldn't be on defense at all. Except for except for Orion having the skill 2. Not fully skilled is good. The Perna, though, I just moved to taking this off of defense since it's unskilled. Molong, I'm sure, is skilled. Check everything else. The Royd, I mean, in Siege Finals, yeah, you devil him, but I think for the rest of the time, he's fine without being skilled. This, I would try and get skilled if you could, but I wouldn't go so far as taking him off of defense where I would with some of the other Net 5s. Amelia's good. Scope's good. Let's see. This definitely want to get skilled if you can. Is there ever merit for Swift Cichlid? There definitely is, and I'll answer that as part of the question. This would definitely go not top priority. Triana skilled, okay, and then we checked these already. So this is where I will leave you at as far as it goes. Again, I don't think you should go past 6. I think right here, and also taking the Orion off defense is not a bad thing because that's a monster that you don't use at all. We replaced him with Cichlid, who's also a monster you don't use at all, but they want the same rune set, and I think the Mi Yang Cichlid Tessa is a much better offense. Excuse me, much better defense than the CR Orion Perna anyway, because it's a little bit newer. Alright, so let me go in order now. Rain Glory had the question, why do people keep 1 defense from everyone instead of one person stacking 5 defenses? Rain Glory, that's actually pretty simple. There's two real key answers to that. So the first is that most guilds try to put 5 of the same defense or 5 defenses that have a similar threat but are slightly different so that you can't run the exact same counter. So by that what I mean is you could have speed lead, damage dealer, LD5, or speed lead, stripper, LD5, or stuff like that. So most guilds will try to have 5 pretty similar defenses or 5 of the exact same defenses. And most people can't run, particularly for Nat 5 bases, but even for Nat 4s, most people can't run 5 defenses fully skilled to begin with. And even if you can, there are very, very few players in the game that can put really good builds on all 5 of those defenses. If your best runes are on the first defense, then by default, your second best runes are on the second, your third best are on the third, and on down. So you're going to get better results if 5 of us all put our best runes on one defense than if one person puts their 5th best runes on the 5th set of defenses. That's exactly why I was talking earlier about how most tourney level guilds will only run 3 to 4 defenses per player. And even I will very rarely run more than 5 to 6, and I have crazy depth of runes. I mean, my very deep. I'm not the fastest player in the game, but I have like 2,000 runes at 105% efficiency or better. And even I very rarely run more than 5. And even then, when I run 5, I typically will run all 5 in different builds. So I might run 5 defenses that are all the same monsters, and every one of those 5 are different. Like one would be a 239 trap, a 286 efficient, Swift trap, Lucian trap, and it's just all variations. So that would be why people don't stack defenses. Okay, Yuno Reaper. So one more question. Out of the new mons, what would I take from the free Nat 5? Oh, that's an interesting one. Out of the new hackers. So specifically the new hackers, or are we going to expand this to include the free Nat 5? Actually, you cannot take a new mon out of the free Nat 5. Never mind. By the way, Joshua, I will answer. Actually, Joshua, your question's easy to answer. No, I didn't. The thing is, and I talked about this earlier on stream, I've been on an insane run for 9 months. I have done really, really well. Like an insane run for like 9 months. I've pulled like 15 LD5s, a lot of them really good. A couple dupes, 3 dupes, but like 12 new ones, really good ones. So nobody's gonna feel sorry for me if I say I did badly. But man, the anniversary scrolls were freaking brutal for me. Like 2,000 scrolls, 3 nat 5s, nothing LD. Brutal. But again, 9 months of good RNG. So, you know, it was due. I was due for a bad run. My bad run here. Is there ever merit for a Swift Cichlid? Yeah, so Swift Cichlid definitely can get you wins, but you have to be fast enough, because these days most people will just outspeed Cichlid with higher base speed monsters. So if you're not super fast, then there's probably not ever merit for a Swift Cichlid. Am I super fast? At G2, even at G2, people are really fast. And if somebody's coming into you with already a 5 to 10 base speed advantage, let's just say 5, just say Escher, there's other offenses, but let's just say Escher, you get 1 from rounding, 1 from being on offense, that's a 7 base speed advantage. Your Cichlid's got to outspeed their Escher by 7 to take the turn, and then not derp. And outside of tourney, Cichlid is the derp queen. She derps more than just about any monster in the game, except for like Moore or Amelia. So, I mean, yeah, there is value in a Swift Cichlid. The value is much greater in tourney settings, and even in tourney settings, you got to be fast, or it's just not worth it. Let's see. So from the event, so that's different, obviously, because you can't get any monster, I think, that came out this year. So none of the hackers, none of the Twin Angels, none of the collab monsters, and I don't have any idea when the Dokkaebi Lords came out. I don't know if they're this year or not. If they did not come out, if you can take a Dokkaebi Lord, I would take Byung-chul. Hands down, he's awesome on offense, he's awesome on defense, he's usable in RTA, little bit. He's just easily, hands down, the monster I would go for among newer monsters. Layla, pretty limited to RTA. We've tried her on Siege defense a little bit. She hasn't really shined yet. I think, it's different when it's AI controlled. She just doesn't do quite as much on defense as she does in RTA. It's also different in a 3-mon comp versus a 4. She needs a little bit more around her. So in a 4-mon comp, RTA, she's absolutely OP. In a Siege defense situation, she's just not getting it done. So I wouldn't go Layla. Angela's good, but I mean, nothing compared to Byung-chul. Same thing. This girl, I forget her name right now, but nothing compared to Byung-chul. Oliver's RTA only. You could make a real strong case, because you have the Khitan Dishang, you can make a strong case for Oliver for RTA purposes. I think Byung-chul would be your pick for Siege out of Wind. Oliver would be your pick for RTA. Giyu is useful, but not good enough for most of our purposes. You do have more. So with having the QD, do I go Chung or Oliver? I think Oliver is more replaceable. And I think Chung is just stronger right now. Oliver's been nerfed enough that NCR being buffed to create another viable speed lead. I think I would take Chung over Oliver right now. As much as I hated on Oliver for 5 seasons. Sagar also super strong, but I think at the end of the day, Chung just beats out all of them. So for RTA, it would be Chung. For Siege, it would still be Byung-chul, but bearing in mind that Chung Peng is usable for Siege offense. Mephisto, nice but niche. Raitesh just doesn't do it. Xingzhe, niche at best, and that's it for those. We'll come up and look at Fire. Fire Hacker you can take, those you can't take. Fire Cassandra, RTA mainly. I think she can be used in Siege, and I have actually used her in Siege. Niche, but usable, but nowhere near as, you're not going to get nearly as much value or enjoyment from her as you would from Chung or Byung. Patrick, really strong PvE monster, but you're not there rune-wise yet to build the team that he shines in anyway, so not a rush on him. John, fun for arena offense, niche for RTA, but again, not compared to the other monsters you're missing. Similar for Ren, usable in RTA, nothing else. Tomo, RTA, nothing else. Carnell, RTA. Douglas, you have already. So, Sekhmet, RTA only. And Junho, that. Okay, that the game just got interesting. The game just got interesting. So you don't have a Yuno, and you don't have the ability to devil monsters. Yuno is definitely usable without devils. Chung is definitely not usable without devils. Byung-chul, really not usable without devils. And I would say that Yuno is at least on par. And the thing is, Yuno is arena. Yuno is arena, not arena, excuse me. Well, she could be arena defense, but she's RTA, OP and RTA, and she can be used on siege offense. Not so much a defense monster, but in G1 you can use Yuno on defense. So now you've got a monster that can be used without devils on siege offense, siege defense, and RTA. Chung, probably still stronger than Yuno, but you can't devil Chung. So it's kind of like a 2-for-1 because you can devil other monsters and get that other monster plus Yuno. And if I did it that way, and I said you're getting to use 2 monsters for the price of 1, I go Yuno. That's for me. There's others who may disagree because Chung is probably a little stronger than Yuno, but I think just knowing that you're devil handicapped and the fact that you can use Yuno without devils, that would make her my pick. And I doubt that I'm going to find anything else that could change my mind on that because Hollyberry needs to be deviled. And also, she's not particularly good anymore. She's bad on defense. She's nichely usable on siege offense, and she's bad on RTA. You have the Adriana already. Liam is mostly PvE. Miles, very strong for RTA. Usable on siege defense, but no better or worse than any of the other monsters we talked about. Nana has been nerfed so many times. Again, good monster, usable, but is having a Nana going to benefit you more than having a Yuno? Not really. And Nana does need to be deviled. Shizuka, stronger than probably all of these. Shizuka needs to be deviled, and she's not really usable on siege offense. She's like TOA. You can use her on TOA, and then she's mostly RT. So in terms of all-purpose usage, I would go Yuno. Yeah. It's the Devilmons more than anything else. I could make a case for the Shizuka, the Byung-chul, and the Chung. I can make a case for each of those. But at the end of the day, he's got some, but he has a lot of monsters that are not deviled, Chris. And because he's free to play, it's going to take a long time for him to devil monsters. So even if he could devil a few right now, he has a lot more monsters that still need to be deviled. And so if you can get a monster that's usable right now and work on deviling another monster, I think you get more value out of that than you would at the end of the day. Like, he can grab the Byung-chul or the Chung-pong, I mean, or the Shizuka, I think, or the Oliver. Anyone, there's those 4 plus Yuno, those would probably be my top 5. I think Chung is probably the top on that list because you can use him siege offense and he's so strong in RTA. And the thing with Chung is he has Khitan Desheng. So for RTA purposes, more Chung, Khitan Desheng, really, really going to be helpful. But Yuno can work with Khitan Desheng also in RTA. Still a stripper, still really OP. And she can work while he gets to devil something else. So I'm here on it. I'm like 51-49 Yuno only for the purpose. Oh, you can fuse Windoki skill ups. I forgot about that. That is very true. However, he can't. We don't think he can take the Windoki because the Windokis may have come out in 2023, and I don't think Byung-chul is that much more useful than Yuno. It would be different if you told me you could fuse Chung-pong skill ups. If you could fuse the Chung skill ups, I would probably go Chung. But it's also a lot of resources to fusion that many skill ups. I mean, that's what, 6, 11? That's a lot of resources to do that many fusions when we know that he could be putting those resources into farming artifacts in other areas. So I don't think I would recommend him fusing 11 nat 5s at this stage in order to get skill ups. And if I did, then I would have him fuse the Pernas, for example, because Perna is also very useful. So again, it just kind of comes back to, in a finite number of resources, we just saw the Perna unskipped. So if you're going to fuse 11 nat 5s, then you could fuse for the Perna, bring out the Yuno, and still get 2 monsters you can use. So What up, Gusslin? How you doing, man? Good information about Siege and Box. How can I get something like that? Guslim, you can always message me in Discord. If you have specific questions, I do my best to answer them. Otherwise, we did a big summon session and reapps for Yuno earlier. And so I told him that I would. Yuno's been a long time channel member and channel follower, and so I told him we'd do a little bit extra at the end of stream for him. But I mean, if there's specific questions and I can help, I will, to the best of my extent. It has to be like kind of specific stuff. Yeah, so I think it's Juno or Chung mainly. I think Chung is going to benefit you more in RTA. Juno, probably, you get to use Juno a little bit more, but it's pretty close because you can use Chung on it. You have Tiana and Galleon, so you can use Galleon, Tiana, Chung as a siege offense, and then you can use Chung in RTA. You would also get to use Chung on Arena offense. Juno, you could use on Arena defense, but she's not really great there anymore. So she's mostly going to be RTA and a little bit like siege defense, but she is really good on siege offense in a lot of situations, where Chung is a little bit riskier on siege offense in a lot of situations. And Juno counters certain things that are harder to counter than Chung does. So if it's pure guild focus, Juno. Yeah, I mean, like even without the RTA, considerations, even without the Devilmon considerations, if it's pure guild focus, it's Juno. Because she counters stuff like Layla and Nora and all those heavy debuffers, like even the Belinus defense we talked about earlier, right? So you can't run Chung. The thing is, fire monsters tend more often than not. Fire monsters tend to be the heavier debuffers, as an exception. And Juno counters all those where Chung cannot be run into safely. Yeah, so if you don't RTA often, I would go Juno. I think that's pretty easy pick in my mind. I mean, you could take Byung-Chul, good for siege offense defense, but needs to be deviled. And Juno is better on siege offense, worse on siege defense, but definitely better on siege offense, and doesn't need to be deviled. So I think to me that's kind of a no-brainer. All right. Well, if that pop-up is coming up, we are well past 12. Long stream. Let me just switch to mine. I'm gonna log out of your account, you know. And Chris, I told you I would do a couple of RTA matches. Really gonna have to be a couple because it was a long stream, but we'll do one or two real quick ones, and then I am gonna have to get some dinner. So a lot of the monsters that I would like to be drafting right now, I mentioned this at the start of stream. I accidentally restored runes on RTA, intending to restore runes in Siege a couple weeks ago. I had put together some like Maximilian Cleave stuff that I was testing. I had a bunch of stuff runed, and then when I restored the runes, I haven't gone back. So I'm now back to last season's box. I did put runes on max, but I don't really have anything runed properly or tuned around him. All I did was just throw some random stuff on. So we talked about how Layla wrecks me. This is gonna be a loss. You can already tell it's Layla offense or Layla comp, and I just can't counter it. So Diduch, I actually have not run a Ziana AO in a long time, but it's pretty straightforward. It's just crit damage, max accuracy Ziana. It's kind of like Chung Peng. Like literally, you just rune her the same way you would rune Chung Peng. So it's just Samoth, Tiana on Fast and Swift, Galleon tuned in front of Samoth, and Ziana active. Alright, so I mean, there's not a ton I can do here other than just lose mostly, but we'll do this. Hey, you know, have a good night, bro. Congratulations on some really solid polls today, man. Hopefully you really enjoy the Rune team, and hopefully I gave you some good stuff to work towards. Ooh, why would he go Leo? Huh. I'm kind of tempted to do something stupid, but it is specifically stupid, so let's not do it. Alright, we'll just do this. Yeah, playtime. I have been on the absolute craziest run, man. I pulled the Tien Lang a few months ago. Like 2 months. When I pulled it, I mean, like my most wanted LD5 off a single LD scroll. Don't get me wrong. I'm a whale. I summoned a lot of LD scrolls, but when I pulled the Tien Lang in that moment, it was off a single LD scroll, like just out of nowhere, totally not expected. Yeah, you're welcome, Ghostlim. Sorry, I'm like 5 hours into stream too, so I think my energy is down a little bit. Alright, actually, I'm gonna go here. So this kind of actually works. That does not. And see, that's why I can't beat a Layla. So now it's over. Zima's reset. Such a weird pick for him to take the Leo. That was a big proc. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, his Leo pick made like no sense. I don't know why he. I don't have any idea why he took the Leo there. It certainly worked for me. I'm not complaining. Okay, so I mean, a whale. Let's just say I buy all the event packs. I mean, if it's got an LD, I basically. If it's got an LD, I'm there for it. Alright, so Neftis has been a monster that I usually did not have a lot of trouble with. I've had a lot more trouble with her this season, and the specific reason for that, last season really, the specific reason for that is Layla, because right here. I find it really hard to protect against the pivots that Neftis can make and still protect against Layla. So... I haven't even ruined her. I probably should at some point, but that goes back to what I said earlier about just not having, you know, I don't keep up, I don't have enough time to keep reruning my bots. I could just throw random runes on her. I understand that, but I also have 54 monsters rune, and so like when I bring new monsters in, I try to take some out so that it's just easier to keep track of everything. We can probably just abuse. No, you know what? Would Juno be better? Yeah, Juno is better here, right? Yeah, Juno's better. Okay. Oh, she's slow. I forgot she's slow. That Sonya build does not work. So she was a lot faster, and then I guess in the rune restore. So we do this. think that's okay. It depends on what I get. I mean, it's really going to just depend on... Okay, yeah, exactly that. He didn't get the... Yeah, so that's fine. Okay, yeah, well, yeah. So like that right there is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier when I said I get bored playing CC. So that match, if you just open S3 on Laura, you lose instantly. By going with the S1 on Laura and then using the Moor to potentially counter the Hey Gang, I win. That's the difference. Well, so what happens is, and I understand this, I'm not even trying to defend it, it's just, it is what it is, because I get bored playing CC. In a situation like that, when I'm playing a lot of CC, I would just click the Laura S3 because I'd probably be watching YouTube in another window and not paying any attention whatsoever to what I was doing and just bored. I'm not specifically trying to defend it. I'm not defending it at all. I'm calling myself out on it. But I'm saying that is the difference when you concentrate versus when you don't. Alright, so the Chung brings a new dimension. However, if I do this... Now, the Vela is Nemesis. We already saw that. Does the Daphnis outspeed my slow-ass Laura because she's slow? Yes, it does. Alright, so I have to do this. I mean, no matter what, I'm eating a Daphnis, right? So I guess if I'm eating a Daphnis, no matter what, we're going to do that. Okay, that's fine. Can I go S1, S1, and reset the Daphnis with the Carnal? Am I fast enough? Yeah, it's a Nemesis Daphnis. He's going to get the boost here. Alright. Alright, yeah, Daphnis gets through. Okay. Oh, that was an AoE stun on Despair. That was beautiful. And a single target stun. Awesome. Love it. Alright. Would you not proc right there? That was a big proc. Alright. This kills, but I think... Okay, yeah. Ooh, that was also a big proc. Okay. And then he emojied at the end. That's the part that I love. I mean, RNG definitely favored me after he got the AoE stun, but AoE strip stun from Hey Gang, I mean... And going back to the point again, like when I stopped and actually thought about what I was doing. Alright, is this the same dude? So he's... No. It's just all Hey Gang all the time right now, right? Alright, so we gotta go segment. Okay. You know, when I stopped and thought through what I was doing, because it could have been really, if I go Laura S3, the Daphnis dies, but the Hey Gang gets to strip me. And going Laura S2 is risky because it's not 100% activation rate, there's Ac Res, but I think that if I go Laura S3, I lose unless I proc. And if I go Laura S2, then I have the chance to win exactly how I did. I get the 1 key stun, I kill the Daphnis either way. Alright. Huh. Am I already screwed? You know what? I might want to have a little bit of fun here. I do want to have a little bit of fun here. But I'm forcing my I'm pre-committing to the Heigang ban. That's the only thing that sucks. I'm pre-committing to the Heigang ban, and I am very light on damage. My last pick will have to be a defense breaker, or I'm kind of in trouble here. But I really just wanted to use this dude. That's all it was. I just wanted to use this dude. And it's really not the best place to use him either, because I don't have like high damage builds that he's going to benefit from. I do have the double strip, so I can do this. Is that the play? Do I go Tian Lang here? No, Julian's the play. He's just, Julian's a force ban anyway, right? I think I lose this either way. Yeah, I mean, it was a really bad draft. It was a really bad draft. But I just wanted to use these. I like to show people my dom. I mean, what can I say? Nice! I love resistance. Attack break? No, of course not. That'd be too easy. Ah, no. I mean, it's too early in the season to care. I haven't fixed my runes yet. No, there's no... I don't care about a loss at all. RNG will still always tilt, but I don't care about a loss when I'm just experimenting. I mean, honestly, I will take a lot of intentional losses over the next month while I'm just testing stuff to see how it works anyway. Would have been nice if I could have recovered from the draft a little bit, because, you know, the whole point here, you don't have as much fun when you don't get to take a turn. There's no way, I mean, there's literally no way I can win this, but... Because there's no way I can kill the fire monkey. Even if I somehow yeah, there's just, like, literally no way I can kill the fire monkey, so... Alright, let's do this. Because you can't stun. Well, see, now I can do this. I get resisted again, like every time. Interesting. Let's see. Save the strip. Let's just do this. Yeah, Lance. That's fair. That was really just to break the shield. Obviously can't stun him or anything. Proc! Nah, of course not. I had 2 chances to proc. Either of those dudes could have proc. All I wanted to do was use the Yieldong S2. I was never going to win. I just wanted to use the Yieldong S2 there. Alright, last one, and we are done for the evening. Just a reminder, guys, Wednesday, 12 p.m. Pacific, we are doing 8,000 scrolls. 8,000 scroll summoning session, 1,000... Ooh, gee. So the problem here, I would actually like to run a max thing. I can't really contest speed. But I'm going to do it anyway. I don't have Escher, because I did that rune restore. I don't have Escher rune. I don't have anything faster at all. I mean, I have the Athena, and I have second. That's about it. But it's not enough. See, I just opened myself wide up for that. I guess we'll take the second for now. So, ban the Triton. And Sekhmet is super slow because of the Rune Restore. So like I said, I have nothing fast Rune. Definitely taking Smith here. Even by that Tiana, I mean 212 on the Sekhmet is not gonna get it. Definitely not gonna get it. Okay, got it done. Interesting. Force him to use the S3. I don't got it. Okay. Honestly, it wouldn't matter either way. It wouldn't matter no matter what. He had me all. Yeah, sorry, Sharkboy, my headset just died. So I switched out to speakers and use the microphone. Alright, that's actually a good place. Since the headset died, that's definitely a good place to wrap up. So, guys, I will catch you all